Good evening. Nice to see you all here. We are, this morning we had a special board meeting to talk about some policies, practices to get a little more efficient. So tonight we're gonna put into practice some of those. We're gonna start at 6:30 and end at 10 o'clock. We're gonna take a little break at 8 o'clock, around 8 o'clock, wherever there's a natural break between agenda items. So don't be surprised by that. That just gives us a chance to just take a breath, take care of what we need to so that we can stay on the dais for the long haul. So the board met in closed session and we have no actions to report. We have on the agenda, you have the agenda in front of you. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda, or if you have anything you want to, any changes you want to make, please let's talk about them now.
So moved.
So if I want to post something for the consent calendar, do you want to do it now?
We'll do it at consent.
Okay,
That's all right.
Thank you.
Hang on
So-
a second, I'm just reviewing.
Alrighty, it's all right. It's moved by Mr. Dauber, seconded by Ms. Baton-Caswell. I'm hesitating just for a second to make sure Mr. Collins is ready to rock and roll.
Oh, okay.
So any questions or comments? All in favor? Aye. Anybody opposed? Okay. Okay, up first, superintendent's report.
Thank you. And Judy, would you mind stepping up to the podium while I say it is killing me not to share slides and special events right now. But in the interest of time and out of respect for all our community participants, I'm going to leave the balance of the superintendent's report until the end of the meeting. So don't miss Read Across America Day, the Clash of the Titans and so on. But I did want to start by setting the right tone with recognizing two groups. And the first are our partners with the East Palo Alto Tennis and Tutoring. So I have a little thing to read, and can we get that from up there? Yes. All right. Keisha, you can come. So the East Palo Alto Tennis and Tutoring Group, they contacted us when we first launched our Minority Achievement and Talent Development Committee. They wanted to work with us to assure the success of our historically underrepresented students. We are especially grateful to them for this work, but also for Project Rally. So 2 years ago, after they reached out, after the first year with the MATD, they talked to us about working with a couple elementary schools. So they began in 2015 and 16 at Fairmeadow and Hoover, working with 23 students. So Grant Althouse and Katie Bimson met with Executive Director Dave Higaki and Keisha Weeks. We see them as we speak, to provide one-on-one tutoring in foundational literacy skills, along with tennis instruction after school. They made parents an integral part of this program, participating in informational events, instructional activities, and even social events throughout the year. So Shirley Mack and Elisa Little were the site coordinators, and they worked closely with the teachers to develop applicable lessons in literacy and math. So this was both after school and in school. And I know we have some new folks this year. We have Valentina and Teresa. Good. So Judy, can let's bring our partners from EPAD up to the podium here and tell them how much show them how much we appreciate their work.
So unfortunately, Dave could not be here, but we did want to recognize all the people formally. So Amy Coman, I think I said that right, Dave Higaki, and we have Keisha Weeks. And on behalf of Palo Alto Unified School District, we would like to present you with a very small token because you heard the call to action. You didn't even wait for the Minority Achievement Talent Development Task Force to end. You met me, and they spent countless hours, and it was a real honor to work with East Palo Alto Tennis Tutoring. I had kind of heard of it, but to work and to see the action, the hiring of one-on-one tutors and collaborative work, you guys are making a great difference in children's lives. And I go to the family events, and the kids are great. They get the parents involved. There's information meetings, and I couldn't ask for a better partner. So
well, thank you.
Thank you
so
very
much.
much.
Thank you so much. Well, on behalf of the East Palo Alto Tennis and Tutoring Program and all the families that we serve, we want to thank
Palo Alto for giving us an opportunity to partner. We love the families that we work with. We really value the partnerships that we have with the principals and the teachers and the tutors, and we thank you guys for the opportunity to impact the lives of our students and the lives of the community that we've been serving for almost 30 years. So again, we count it an honor, and it wouldn't be possible without the staff. I'm accepting the plaque, but I'm definitely not the reason why this program is effective. It's the volunteers and our fabulous tennis and tutoring and administrative staff. So I want to thank you all, and we appreciate the recognition.
Thank you so much.
We do a quick photo op at the dais. Sure. Yeah. Come on, that's good. I took some already.
Here, you guys want to hold this? Thank you so much for giving us this chance.
So thank you. The last piece of recognition is we can't have them here because the boys Pally basketball team is playing now. And David has live updates, so if we're passing notes on the podium, it is not public business. Well, I guess it is, but we'll see how that works out. But I want to just take a moment to say a word about the Pally boys and girls basketball teams. They won their conference championship, this in spite of the fact they have not had a home court the last 2 seasons. Every game has been away, every practice has been away. They don't even have a locker room. They have a converted classroom used as a locker room. So great credit goes to these kids and coaches, Scott Peters and boys coach Pete Diepenbrock, and their talented, cohesive, hardworking, and resilient players. The girls team here and the boys shown in their victory over Fremont. They beat North Dublin 83-80 last Tuesday. Well, there you go. They're moving fast.
Whatever it is.
North Dublin was the #1 seed. But I just wanted to read this from Coach Peters, and this will conclude my report with one other community forum announcement. This is what I think is really the message here. Coach Peters wrote me back when I sent him a note of congratulations. I can safely say that the girls on this team represent the positive values that Palo Alto Unified and the high school and Pally are striving to achieve. Besides their on-court success, these girls had one of the top 5 cumulative GPAs in the CCS. More importantly than that, they created a warm, inclusive environment that was welcoming and supportive to our younger and less experienced players who were asked to come up and help out our team throughout the year. This last attribute is something I feel especially proud of as a true testament of the value of sports and of this team. So I really appreciate Coach Peters' comments. To conclude my report, we are having a community forum on the budget, April 11th from 7 to 8:30. That will be held in this room, and Ms. Mack and I will be conducting that, so I wanted to make sure we got that announcement out now. That concludes my report until later in the evening. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Reedy.
Thank you.
Mr. Tyre.
Great. So just 3 main updates from Pally. As I'm sure Dr. McGee could tell you, we had a tea with teachers just last week. I think it was an unqualified success. Students were able to talk with teachers about issues, about what students wish teachers knew, and then teachers were allowed to talk to students about what they wish students knew. And if we can continue to have these kinds of events, I think it'll go a long way to making classrooms happier. In addition, the ASB election debates are coming up on March 21st. and ASB is also working with Sources of Strength for a mental health training session for 30 students, which will train students to be able to act when they see a student in crisis. That's all from Pally. Thank you.
Great, thank you. All right, let's move on to the consent calendar. These items are considered routine and will be approved in one action without discussion. If a board member requests an item to be removed from the calendar or a citizen wishes to speak to an item, it will be considered under action items. I have one comment on item number B, certificated personnel actions. We are voting on the version that was uploaded yesterday versus the version that is in the packet. Has a few-
Versus, so do we have the copy of what was uploaded yesterday?
Dr. Bowers.
Well, while we're waiting for that, I'd like to pull item F. There were some things I wanted on the record that I think I'm going to have to submit myself, so if that's okay. So I'd like to pull it and move it to the following week,
Okay,
or the following meeting.
okay. We can do that. Any other items we want to take off the consent calendar? Can I get a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So moved?
Second. Moved by Mr. Dauber, seconded by Ms. DeBrienza. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anybody opposed? No. All right. Next up on our agenda is open forum. Open forum is our spot for community input for items that are not on the, hi. That's okay. Do you want to do a report?
I can definitely report there. I'll keep it short.
You didn't realize that we're in new hyperspeed mode.
Yeah, I didn't realize, unfortunately. But is it working? So quickly, at Gun right now is not in our schools week, which is my second favorite week of the academic year after homecoming, because we get to celebrate diversity and the values that we want to represent as a school system. So we have activities to promote inclusivity and bonding in the student body. So I really like it. That's the only major update I have.
Great, thank you.
Sorry for disrupting. the normal
No worries, no worries, we've got you. Okay, so back to the matter at hand. So open forum is your opportunity to comment on topics that are not agendized. When we get to each agenda item, subsequently, if you have comments on those, I'll ask for cards for those. With open forum, you have 3 minutes to speak. You can't delegate your time. Mr. Dauber will be timing you. And we have 2 open forum cards, Chris Grierson and Philip Ray. Hi.
Okay. Good evening, board members. My name is Chris Grierson, and I serve PAUSD as principal at Duveneck Elementary School. I also serve our community as president of the Palo Alto Managers Association, also known as PAMA. And tonight, I come as a representative for our district psychologists, site and district administrators. I'm here to thank you for working cooperatively and respectfully on behalf of all stakeholders in our district. During last week's budget study session, some suggestions were made that were interpreted as divisive and disruptive to the process of our work together to help all PAUSD students thrive academically, socially, and emotionally. Those of us who serve our schools as principals, psychologists, coordinators, directors, and other members of our district administrative team are aware that we are in difficult fiscal times, but we are committed to our organization, and we are dedicated to those we serve and support, our students, their families, our staff teams at our respective school sites. We, the administrators, are also the people who implement the changes you determine to be necessary. We are the ones who lead our campuses and directly support our district's implementations. We champion the ideas, rationale, and push and pull our teams in the directions you, as a board, decide to go. Since we all carry the vision of our school district, we ask that you continue to work with all of us, including the members of our administrative team, as partners and not opponents. Thank you for keeping this in mind as we forge ahead together. Sincerely, the Palo Alto Managers Association.
Thank you, Mr. Gerson. Mr. Ray.
Good evening, I'm Dr. Philip Ray. I'm the Executive Director of Adolescent Counseling Services, and I'd like to start by thanking present and past board for 37 years of support of Adolescent Counseling Services. So just to give you the impact of what we do and what we've been doing. So since 1980, we have successfully helped over 25,000 students in the Palo Alto Unified School District. Last year alone, we provided 4,184 individual sessions to 1,495 Palo Alto residents. The impact of all that, if you look at the average cost of a psychotherapy session is around $175 now, and that's still cheap. It goes up to $250. But if you calculate the number of sessions that we've given to that cost, Adolescent Counseling Services provides over $700,000 worth of services to Palo Alto Unified School District. Why am I here tonight? I know the budget is not on the agenda, but we're all in the budgeting session right now. So I just want to raise your awareness. So for an organization like us, we've seen our salaries for licensed psychotherapists skyrocket in the past 2 years. Example, all of our licensed salaries have doubled just in the past 2 years, which creates a huge burden to the organization because sadly, the fundraising and the funding from the district, from the city of Palo Alto have not skyrocketed. Just to give you an example, this current school year, we started the year with open positions that we had to hire people at the correct market rate. And that put us in a deficit to the point where the Board of Adolescent Counseling Services has agreed to tap into our reserves up to the tune of $150,000. And that's a lot for us because our reserves are only $1 million. So that could dry out very fast. Just know that I've been working with Brenda, with Max, and with Holly Wade, and those three people are amazing. They've done everything at looking at ways to increase the support that the district gives to Adolescent Counseling Services. It's scraping here, scraping there, yet it's not enough. For us to continue with what the requests are from the sites, every site wants licensed therapists on the site. We need an additional $37,000 for us to be able to operate with what each of the 5 secondary sites are asking us to do, so for those licensed therapists. So this is why I'm here tonight. I'll be back in May to say more about this, but we'd like to request an increase of $37,000. The other thing too we'd like to do is for the district to look at a fair and equitable way to look at how all the providers are funded, because we're also realizing that there are some organizations providing less services, getting more funding, while ACS, which provides 3.5 licensed FTEs plus 20 interns 5 days a week, are getting the same amount of money than other organizations who are providing 2 days of services per week.
Thank you, Dr.
so
Ray.
much.
Thank you. All right, those are the only cards we have. We are going to, is that an open forum? Okay, thanks. We're going to move into agenda area 5, which is our action, discussion, and information items. First up, we have middle school math textbook adoption. If there are any community members who want to comment on this, please put a card in. It's 10 minutes to 7. If you have a comment, please put a card in by 7 o'clock, and we'll take comments after the staff presentation.
Thank you. So after a year of exploration and a full semester of piloting 2 textbooks, members of the Middle School Mathematics Committee will present the findings of the pilot along with the recommendation. So with that, I'm turning this over to our Chief Academic Officer for Secondary Schools, Sharon Ofek.
Good evening.
Committee.
Good
Well
evening.
represented tonight.
Thank you, and good evening, Dr. McGee and members of the board. The Middle School Mathematics Textbook Selection Advisory Committee is our official name, and we are happy to be here tonight on Pi Day to share with you the results of our work over the past 18 months and to share our recommendations with you. Thanks. Before I even move on, I would just want to recognize all of our committee members who are here tonight. If you could stand up. There are several people here. But we have 3 parents, Samir, Stanley, and Marlo, and then we have 4 students, only one of which is here tonight, Shauna, Connor, Lou, and Isabella. We have several teachers, Erin, Maureen, Elizabeth, Sarah, Becky, Stephen, Josh, Lori, many folks, Cynthia and Amanda. So we have people from elementary, people from high school, and then multiple people from the middle school level. And then we have some administrators. We have Lisa and Mimi. And then, of course, we have Suze Anting, who is our district math TOSA, who has been the chair of this group in these meetings over the last 18 months, and I'm indebted to her because I, of course, have moved from being a member of the committee into this new role, but she has been involved from the very first step, very first planning stages of this before I assumed this position of Chief Academic Officer. So thank you, huge kudos and thank you to Suze for keeping us moving and our momentum going. This committee, as you heard, is comprised of students, staff, and parents and has been working diligently to assess and pilot curricula for adoption. Before turning things over to the presenters, who will elaborate on all the process and outcomes, I would like to share that the programs piloted were both included on the State Board of Education's approved list, which was completed in 2014 and released in the month of January in that year. Both programs are multifaceted and include resources that span beyond just the textbook. The evaluation of the programs was modeled after the evaluation toolkit released by the California Department of Education, emphasizing 3 main focus areas, which you'll see in the data that was shared: focus and coherence, rigor, and the 8 mathematical practices, and then usability and universal access. So using feedback from all of the teachers who piloted the programs, we were able to arrive at the recommendation we're sharing with you this evening. And again, we're just very proud to be here and share the work of our journey. And with that, I will turn it over to our first presenter, who is Shauna from Terman Middle School, 7th grader.
Okay, so while we were searching for a suitable textbook,
Hey, Shauna,
we
put
had,
the mic right up to your mouth.
oh, okay.
You can
So,
bend it.
whoop.
Perfect.
Okay, so while we were searching for a textbook, we had 3 goals in mind, and you can see them on the, the screen. So the first one was that it had to support PAUSD's math students. So this is pretty straightforward. It has to be able to meet the curriculum, and the students have to be able to understand it. The second requirement was that the textbook had to provide the support that was needed for parents and students while a teacher was not available. So like at home, when there's no teacher to tell them how to find something in the textbook. And the last thing that was needed from the textbook was that it was supposed to help the teacher while planning lessons, presenting them, and finding new information.
I'm Sarah Pierce. I'm the Math IS, or whatever you want to call it, at Jordan Middle School. We don't know what it is yet. So we're going to give you a little background information first. At PAUSD, we're very aware of the emergence of the National Common Core State Standards of Math that were drafted in 2009, 2010. They focused on deepening students' understanding of math and teaching students how to practice the thinking of a mathematician. And with this change, some of the topics changed, moved from grade level to grade level. And in 2010, 2011, our Board of Education adopted the Common Core State Standards of Math.
Hello, my name's Becky Ray. I'm the IS of Math at Terman. So in 2011, the school board adopted the Common Core Standards for math, and we began to implement them. at that point, we did not have a textbook that reflected those standards. In particular, there were several topics that changed grade levels, and the emphasis on those topics changed. So we were implementing in addition to our textbooks. In spring of 2015, after we changed what we were going to teach and we started to teach the Common Core, we decided it was time to start a serious look at the textbooks and find which was going to be best for us. We didn't do it immediately because there weren't textbooks available as soon as the Common Core was adopted.
Hi, I'm Suzanne Tink, and I'm a district TOSA for mathematics. So in fall of 2015-16, we investigated the list of the California approved texts. At the October joint middle school meeting, all the middle school math teachers got together, including all of the 6th grade teachers, whether they were split or not. And we brainstormed what was needed and wanted in a text and the materials that went with it. After that meeting, we requested examination copies from 8 publishers for grades 6 through 8 and 2 for algebra. At the February joint meeting, we discussed what we liked, what was disappointing, what was cool, and we weren't entirely happy, so we went back to the Santa Clara County Office of Education and looked again and requested more examination copies. Then in April of 2016, the committee members reviewed all of the materials that we had examined. They met at the Santa Clara County Office of Education and looked through all the materials that were on the state-approved list and invited publishers for presentations open to the teachers and the community, and chose to pilot Math in Focus and Big Ideas. They planned to begin the pilot in the fall of this year, concluding by the end of January, and we hope to have a reasonable decision by the end of February. Thank you.
Okay. So as you can see from the slide there, we had 35 teachers.
We have to check.
I'm
about the
Lori
pilot.
Lester, and I'm from
And the
Terman Middle
PI
School,
teachers.
6th grade.
Bilingual wins.
Sorry about that. So we had 35 out of 41 teachers piloting at least one of the 2 texts. And as you can see from the slide, all 3 middle schools participated. I don't have to read it to you. We had, we all piloted at least, well, mostly we piloted between 2 to 3 units. We focused on topics that were large topics that were critical to our curriculum. 6th grade focused on fractions and decimals, algebraic expressions. 7th grade, algebraic expressions and inequalities and proportions. 8th grade, graphing, linear equations, things like that.
My name is Samir Gupta. I'm a Jordan parent. So basically, at the end of the pilot, as each teacher got done with each unit, we asked them to fill out a survey, giving feedback on that particular unit. So we collected all the data from all the teacher feedback, and this chart here represents the answers that we got for the essential questions that were outlined earlier. So what I want to draw your attention to is look at the color key at the bottom of the chart. And then basically, as we look at the charts themselves, we see that Big Ideas clearly, in the view of most teachers, does much better in answering the essential questions as compared to Math in Focus. In particular, I want to draw your attention to question number 2. How well do these materials provide access and support outside the classroom? And as you can see, Big Ideas essentially scores good or better pretty much for all the teachers, whereas we find that Math in Focus does very poorly on this metric according to the teachers. So the key here is to sort of take the feedback from this and combine it with the rest of the survey. The rest of the survey is pretty detailed. I believe you have it in your board packet, but these charts, to my view, encapsulate the results from the survey and essentially show that the teachers felt, for the most part, that Big Ideas meets their needs and the needs of the students to a much greater extent than Math in Focus. Elizabeth Fee will talk next about how the piloted texts were evaluated and to see how well they met their needs and so on.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Fee. I am the IS for JLS. Teachers looked for the textbook that would, oops,
We love your
best
shirt.
fit our needs. And we were looking for, what, is that better?
No,
For
we just
all of
love
our
your shirt,
students.
Elizabeth. We love your shirt.
Oh, thank you. This was the winner at JLS for the Pi Day competition. Sorry, side note. All right, best met our needs for all of our students. We were looking for specifically special education students, English language learners, advanced students, and those who operate at grade level. We looked at the textbooks from a large number of areas, but specifically around online access for work at home. We looked at textbook access for help at home. We looked at the descriptions that were written in the textbooks. We looked at the entry points, the extensions, the examples, and the problem sets. We will always need to differentiate for our students in Palo Alto, and we will always have to supplement our curriculum. No textbook is going to meet 100% of our needs. We're going to be differentiating and supplementing for engaging content for our students in our classrooms, for pairing, group work, whole class work. We use 3-act tasks, for example. Individual work by implementing activities that meet a variety of modalities for a variety of students. Our teachers felt that Big Ideas covered the needs of the greatest group of students by setting the most appropriate base level and working up from there. Thank you.
Marlo, I'm a parent from Turman. So as you can see, after looking at the data and considering the community, teacher, and student input with an eye on what best augments our program, our recommendation is to adopt Big Ideas, and we hope that as a board you can support our committee's decision. Thank you.
So with all of that information, we are done. We tried to keep it brief, and we have provided for you all of the data from both of the textbook series. The survey data is available, and we have also included the PowerPoint, so you can see that slide in color as well. So that's it from us, and we're happy to hear your commentary and your feedback and your questions.
Thank you. Colleagues, this is a discussion item. Let's see, I don't have any cards. I do not have any cards, so let's start discussion with Mr. Collins.
Great, thank you. First, I want to thank everybody on the committee. This was obviously a very substantial and what appears to be cohesive and successful effort. So I'm really impressed by the work product and what you guys have brought before us. So thank you very much. I really only had 2 questions. I thought the presentation was very compelling, and it seemed very clear to me that you had a book that the teachers thought would do a good job allowing them to teach the students. And I think that is by far the most important criteria for a textbook for our schools with the outstanding teachers that we have. So I was very, very pleased to see that. I had 2 questions. One is, you know, on the elementary side, we've obviously had a lot of discussions about ed reports as a source of third-party validation. In this case, it's, as I think most people realize, this is chosen off the state-approved adoption list. So there is third-party validation of this text by the state already. But as people have pointed out, this book did not score especially highly on ed reports. And I'm sure the committee was fully aware of that and considered it. And I was just curious as to what your thoughts about that were, and you know how you got comfortable with the fact that it had the low scores from ed reports, but that you felt it was a good fit for us despite that.
Do you want me to answer now or wait?
I'd say go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, so ironically enough, actually, when we began this process 18 months ago, Ed Reports had almost no reviews of middle school texts, including Big Ideas. The Ed Reports website uploaded their reviews of Big Ideas in February of 2017.
Just on the wire.
February 28th, if I'm not mistaken, which was 15 days, 14 days ago. So we didn't actually have information from Ed Reports, and they have continued as time has passed to do their reviews. We have dug quite deeply into where they find the shortcomings of big ideas, and we feel that in that quick time that we've had, we feel that we can mitigate the commentary provided on the Ed Reports website. And I think the most important piece, as we tried to communicate in that you have probably heard over and over again, is no one textbook is perfect. And Ed Reports actually only has one series that has gotten reviews, positive reviews in all 3 of their categories, and that is I can't remember the official name of it, but it's the Engage New York series, which is open source. And so actually that is a resource that our middle school teachers have been relying on for a number of years as in the absence of other materials that are Common Core aligned. So our teachers are actually quite familiar with it and have been using it to augment what we have anyway and the shifts in the grade levels of what the subjects are, et cetera. So that's the Ed Reports piece.
Okay, thank you. I mean, again, just to repeat so everybody's crystal clear, I mean, there is third-party validation from this book from the state already.
Yes.
So there's no ambiguity about whether it requires third-party validation. It has it. So no ambiguity there. The other thing is more of a request. You know, as you guys know, and I think certainly the board members know, there's a lot of regulation around the selection and evaluation of instructional materials. There are lengthy sections in the education code. There's board policy 6161.1 and accompanying administrative regulation 6161.1 and all its referenced sections. As I went through that, there were many, I think I counted about 25 criteria for both the process of selection and the ultimately recommended and approved text. And as it says clearly in the BP, the board shall adopt instructional materials based on determination that materials are effective learning to help students, which we seem to be, we've killed that one, and the materials meet the criteria specified in law. And what I guess my request is that you make it easy for us to say yes by clearly laying out what the criteria are in the Ed Code and the BP and the AR, and just footing it to the either material that's already presented or material that you have in the background that allows us to verify that in fact the criteria have been met. And that way we can be sure that we've done our job. I'm quite, just to be clear, I'm quite confident that you guys have done your job. It's just a matter of making it easy for us to do our job. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thanks. Ms. DiBrienza.
Thanks. Thank you to the committee for all your work. Been through many math adoptions in my lifetime, and I appreciate everything you've done. Really thorough work, and I actually found your essential questions compelling. It is clear that there was a difference here that you saw in these curricula. So thank you for all your work and for tonight. I am a believer that we teach children, we don't teach curriculum. So I'm not too worried as long as you are telling us that this works well for our teachers with our students. I've got 2 quick questions for you, which I'm guessing I'm going to know the answers to, but I'd love to know. Would you say that the committee overall is pleased with the way the mathematical practices are embedded in the work overall?
I think the teachers should answer.
I
They're
see
the
a
ones who
double thumbs up.
piloted the materials, so.
Great.
I think that they are. I mean, so I will share that the vote amongst the committee members was not quite unanimous. We had 2 folks who voted for Math in Focus, and the remaining members of the committee on the night we actually literally took a vote were in favor of big ideas. So I think that they find that supportive of their work and their efforts.
Great. And then my only other question has to do with differentiation. I know that we've got kids coming from many different elementary schools and students that are comfortable with different things and have gaps in different areas. So I'm sure that at all of your grades, I mean, this is something you're looking to adopt 6th grade through 8th grade and 7A and 7 and 8A and 8. So do you feel it does a good job explicitly with differentiation in the curriculum, or is that work basically done by the teachers?
Good evening. I'm Erin Harrigan. I'm the English learner representative for the committee, and I'm also the English learner coordinator and teacher at JLS. So I've been involved from when we were first pouring through various textbooks to this point where we've selected a recommendation. I will say I don't teach math, and yet I still feel quite confident in the ability of the Big Ideas program to be supporting various different types of learners. Obviously, that includes our English learner students, but also our special education students and students who are performing at grade level and could use some additional challenge. I would say what gives me the most confidence is, of course, the confidence that the teachers have placed in the Big Ideas textbook, curriculum, and resources in its ability to meet the needs of all learners, because we have such a diverse set of students and needs. I'm not sure if that fully addresses your question, but I think of the second essential question, the ability of the resources to support students at home. And that's a major consideration for our students who could use extra differentiation. Will they be able to get some support with their parents or even without their parents possibly when they're outside of the classroom?
Great. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, I'm Maureen Duffy. I'm the instructional supervisor for special education at Terman Middle School, and I'm a math co-teacher as well. And what this allows, this differentiation allows me to pre-teach lessons in my academic strategies class to students with learning disabilities. It's already set. I don't have to hunt around for it, as well as reteach that information. And as a co-teacher, it provides different levels of learning for students that are just easy and accessible, and I can grab right away and work with students. You don't have to piecemeal it as much as what's happening right now.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. That's all I got.
All righty, thanks.
Oh, finally, we got special ed, and I just want to speak to the other piece, which is this book does a really good job from the entry level moving us up through that process. Our textbooks, we will still be supplementing. I want to be very clear, especially with our more extremely advanced students. Neither book actually covered that super well, so that's going to continue to be something that the teachers are supplementing. And this book does a really nice job of helping us out through the other areas, so Math 6, Math 7, Math 7A, Math 8, et cetera, going through there. Does that help?
Great, yes. Great. Thank you so much. That's great news.
Ms. Baton-Caswell.
Hi. First of all, I'm really impressed that you brought a student with you tonight, and a 7th grade student at that. You should be proud of yourself for being part of this. I see so many faces that I recognize, and that's really impressive that you've given your time and your talents to be on this committee. It does make it easier for us when you picked a book off the state approved list, so thank you for doing that. To see from these questions how strongly the teachers preferred one book over the other, I mean, that's clear. Since you just got the ed reports information, I'm wondering if you, since this is a discussion, you're going to come back next time, if you could bring back to us your plan to fill in any gaps that they brought up that you hadn't yet talked about, or you had talked about. And if you could tell us how you're going to provide the supplementary work that you said you'd have to do even before you read that ed reports, felt there were some gaps. Are we providing that? Like, does every student get a binder or something filled with supplementary materials, or is that something that the teachers have that they pull in when they, just if you could explain how it's provided to the students, that's important. And then I guess, Elizabeth, you started to touch on this. Geometry, what do we do about geometry for those kids that are ready for geometry? Do we put them into high school textbooks? Is that what we do?
Yes. We have the geometry course at the middle school is actually the high school course.
Okay.
With the and there's articulation and a PLC that meets weekly of all those teachers, and they use the pacing and course guide and everything is the same as the high school geometry course. It is legitimately a high school geometry class.
Oh, great. Now, Suze, since you come from high school, maybe you could just talk about how this book will fit in with the textbooks we're using at the high school level.
Oh, I think the flow will be very comfortable. The textbook is organized in a somewhat traditional manner with all of the Common Core state standards present, so that as the students move into the high school Common Core state standards book, there should be a simple flow. It should make the transition easy.
Well, I love that we made sure to have high school teachers. Teachers or
Yeah.
teacher?
Teachers, both Cynthia Chen and Dave Degler served on the committees. Awesome.
Oh, yeah, I did see that when I was looking at the names. And then from elementary, since we haven't picked our elementary textbook yet, what's the connection there? How are we going to make the connection? And how did the elementary participant talk about that?
Well, our elementary participant is Amanda Gantley, who's right here, and I'll let her speak to that herself. But I also want to just specifically state that whenever we have had an adoption, and I've been through, I think this is my 3rd or 4th math adoption in this district, we always have the following year, we always have plans for articulation. So whatever decisions are made about whatever curricula we pick and choose and purchase, we'll have to work with our elementary colleagues regardless to get some really cohesive articulation put together for us to be able to make that a smooth transition regardless of what the 2 series are. So that will come regardless of what gets selected.
Hello, I'm Amanda Gantley. I'm at Elementary Math TOSA. And the decision to pilot Big Ideas for the middle school and Math in Focus happened in the spring of last year. And that was before the elementary committee had made their decision and recommendation and your decision for which books that they would be piloting. So there was some discussion about transition and if it would be possible to have a similar text so that the transition from elementary to 6th grade would be smoother. But because it's 2 separate committees and one decision was made before the other, not in tandem, then it went with what was best for the middle schoolers in Palo Alto.
Will you be on the elementary committee?
I am.
Okay, so you'll provide some feedback going that way?
Yeah.
And so are you, yes. I knew that. Okay,
Yeah.
great.
We do have crossover of the 2 committees. And this particular year, I've sat in on some portions of some of the elementary meetings as well.
I know that for a lot of community members, that's a big question, so it's great. Thank you.
Mr. Dauber.
Thank you for your hard work and for your really compelling analysis, and I'm not going to need that, so that's why I didn't. But I don't have any questions, so thanks very much. I'm done.
Mr. Tyeri.
No questions, just thanking the committee for their thorough and hard work. Thank you.
Mr. Ranjan.
Same thing. It was an amazing report. It seems very effective, and it seems the committee did a really great job. So thank you to them for that work.
All right. I don't have any, my colleagues have covered my questions. And we'll give an extra shout out for all the pie t-shirts. The nerd is strong in you all.
And, I made a request for some information. I just want to make sure that my colleagues are okay with that request.
Yeah, to bring back the plan to fill in the gaps identified in ed reports, and then how will we share the supplemental work?
Or how will we provide that curriculum?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
All right, so this comes back.
And Max, did you, the request for the kind of a compliance worksheet or compliance matrix? And I can show you what I have in mind if it would
That'd
be
be
helpful.
great,
Some
okay.
I've used before. Okay, thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you.
All right,
We'll see you
thank
again
you.
in 2 weeks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Not 2 weeks. Okay. All righty. Up next for us is the district equity plan.
Great, thank you. Our equity administrator, Martha Castellian, will present the revised equity plan. This plan was presented in an earlier meeting, and before and since then, it has been shared in many other public forums. It's been shared with district leaders, and most recently with the Minority Achievement and Talent Development Committee, which now includes 8 students, and it was quite a lively meeting last time. The plan has undergone several revisions, and we are eager to hear additional feedback from the board and community. This is scheduled for action tonight, but there's not an immediate time demand, so it doesn't necessarily need to be approved if the board does want to bring it back one more time. But I really appreciate you putting in some of that background data as well, Ms. Castelli. I think that's been very helpful. So with that, over to you.
Let me just add one thing. It's 7:22. If you have cards and want to speak on this topic, please have them to the staff table by 7:30, and we'll take comments after Ms. Castellian, I always call her Martha, sorry,
That's okay.
presents.
So I'm Martha Castellon. I'm the equity coordinator in the district, as you know. Good evening, board, Dr. McGee, colleagues, and community. 2 months ago, I came before you to share an initial draft of the district equity plan. I'm here tonight to share with you a revised equity plan, which incorporates feedback I received from you and from members of the community. I'd like to thank all of the people who have taken the time to learn about and comment on the plan. My deepest thanks go out to the board, to the dozens of parents who attended HUR community meetings, to the individuals who submitted comments on our online forum, to community partners like Dreamcatchers and PASS, to my colleagues here in the district office, to the teachers and classified personnel who attended my session at the Secondary Learning Summit in February, and to the members of the MATD committee. This truly has been a team effort, which is why I'm joined tonight by 2 of my colleagues, Dr. Judy Argumedo, Director of Academic Supports, and Chris Kolar, Director of Research Evaluation and Assessment, who will be on hand after my presentation to answer questions regarding past and current assessment practices, data, and existing academic supports. Among the many questions I have received, one that I find particularly difficult revolves around the question of time. As in, how much time can we expect it will take to close the achievement gap? When we're trying to move practices that are culturally embedded in the fabric of an organization, it can take a long time. I'd like to share some data with you from a California district that has received quite a lot of attention for success it experienced under the previous assessment system, which lasted roughly from 2003 to 2013. Sanger Unified School District is a district that is located in California's Central Valley. Unlike PAUSD, Sanger is rural, it's a high poverty district, and has a significant percentage of students from historically underrepresented and English learner backgrounds. Like PAUSD, it is a unified school district and has a student population of around 12,000 students. In 2004, a majority of its students were failing to meet proficiency in English language arts and math. So the blue line in this graph represents Sanger's overall progress from 2003 to 2011 in English language arts. In 2003, only 25% of students attained proficiency on the California Standards Test. By 2011, that percentage had risen to 60%. In fact, from 2008 to 2011, Sanger Unified's ELA scores exceeded the state average, represented by the black line. Similarly, the blue line in this graph represents Sanger's overall progress from 2003 to 2011 in math. In 2003, just under 40% of Sanger students attained proficiency on the California Standards Test. By 2011, that percentage had risen to almost 70%. Once again, Sanger students exceeded the state average for several years in a row.
So what does Sanger Unified's data tell us? The main takeaway from this data, really, is that it takes time to close the achievement gap. It took 8 years of focused work to increase the number of students making annual yearly progress in reading by 35 percentage points. That's an average increase of 4.37 percentage points per year. It took the same amount of time to see a 39 percentage point increase in math. That's an average increase of 4.8 percentage points per year. The annual increases seem small, but over time, they add up to a lot. I show this to you as an example of what's possible for even an under-resourced district when its leadership and teachers make it their #1 priority to see that all students achieve. At the board study session in January, you asked for data that showed how PAUSD has fared over time. The following slides demonstrate PAUSD's growth in English language arts from 2004 to 2013 for our HUR subgroups in grades 2, 5, 8, and 11. There's a lot of data scrunched onto this one slide, but if you keep focused on the colors, you will clearly see a trend. What we're looking at here is second grade achievement data in English language arts for the years 2004 through 2013. The orange and red lines on the right of each cluster represent the percent of white and Asian students scoring at the proficient or advanced level. The dark blue bar, the light blue bar, and the green bar represent the percent of socioeconomically disadvantaged students, percent of African American students, and percent of Hispanic students scoring at proficient or above. There are clear differences between HUR and non-HUR students across all years. However, those differences are less prominent in the later years than in the beginning years of the test. Clearly, progress was made. This slide shows 5th grade achievement data in ELA for our various subgroups for the same time period. Notice that the percentage of white and Asian students who scored proficient or advanced in 5th grade stayed consistently high over the course of the 9 years. As in 2nd grade ELA, we continue to see progress for 5th grade HUR students over time. Here's similar data for 8th grade ELA. Notice that the gains 8th graders are making over time are not as large as in the previous grades. And finally, the data for 11th grade ELA. Sadly, there is an even greater achievement gap at 11th grade than at 8th grade. What about HUR student achievement in math? The next 2 slides show the percent of students in each subgroup who achieved proficiency or above in grades 2 and 5 from 2004 to 2013. Data for 2nd grade show that there is a gradual upward trend in the percent of HUR students achieving proficiency over time. This is the data for grade 5 math during the same time period. And here again, we see a gradual upward trend in the performance of HUR students. And in general, that's what we can say about all of the PAUSD results I've shared. Improvement has been slow and steady, but there is still a gap. A couple of caveats about this data. The last year that the CSD STAR test was administered was 2013. This assessment system was replaced with a new assessment system known as CASP, which uses a new test to assess the degree to which students are meeting new Common Core state standards. According to the California Department of Education, CST results cannot be reliably compared to CASP results because CASP evaluates new standards that emphasize analytical thinking, problem solving, and communication skills. We're going to switch gears now and refocus our attention on the equity plan. The new iteration of the equity plan differs significantly from the initial draft. The first major difference is in the overarching goal of the plan. What is it that we hope to achieve through this plan?
We hope to improve the percentage of historically underrepresented and socioeconomically disadvantaged students who meet grade level standards every year. In fact, we want to increase that percentage from what it is currently, and that varies from year to year, to as close to 100% as possible. That's difference number one. One of the suggestions that came through loud and clear at the board study session is that we need to identify key metrics to track our progress, both with regard to student achievement and with regard to access to higher level courses. I'll be going over these metrics in detail in just a bit. That's number two. The third major improvement in this version of the equity plan is that it no longer incorporates all 40+ recommendations that were made in the MATD report. Those recommendations are important and will continue to inform our work, but the work must be manageable. In order for it to be manageable, it must be focused around fewer, clearer objectives. The 5 objectives, which I'm about to share, are distilled from the feedback I received in my meetings with the HUR community. Our plan is composed of 5 objectives. We aim to eliminate bias and intolerance, empower parents and students, regularly monitor progress, build positive and trusting relationships, and employ an inclusive curriculum. The theory is very simple. By working single-mindedly toward these objectives, we expect to see significant movement toward closing the achievement gap. What I'd like to do now is to provide a brief overview of the major activities associated with each objective. Please note that I will not cover all of the activities due to our limited time, but I will cover those that I expect will have the greatest impact. Objective number 1 on page 8 of the equity plan states that PAUSD will empower students and parents by providing HUR families with information on how to successfully navigate PAUSD. One way in which we plan to do this is by redesigning and expanding our current parent liaison program. At the moment, we employ 13 part-time parent liaisons who serve our 18 schools. This means that parent liaisons only spend a few hours at each school every week. The part-time nature of the work often means parent liaisons have to leave PAUSD when other professional opportunities arise. Feedback we have received from the community is that they would like to see full-time parent liaisons at each school. Because of the current budget climate, however, we are proposing to hire 5 to 6 full-time parent liaisons. Each parent liaison would support 3 to 4 schools and would structure their hours around the times when they are most needed. This means they would have greater flexibility in being able to attend evening events and parent-teacher conferences. It also means they would have more time to get to know families, coordinate parent education events, and assist in school community building. Some families have even suggested that they be assigned 1 parent liaison for the entire time that they're in PAUSD. This means that the same parent liaison would support them in elementary, middle, and high school. So this too can be better supported if we have full-time parent liaisons. Objective number 2 is to provide all PAUSD students with an equitable education that is free of bias and discrimination. One of the major themes that emerged from the HUR community meetings is a deep concern over incidents of bias and discrimination that HUR parents and their children have experienced. Currently, there is no way to track the number or type of incidents that are taking place across our school district. As you know, there are uniform complaint procedures, but many parents are uneasy about filing these complaints for fear that they could trigger retribution on the part of those accused. Also, there's a belief from many that they can fill out the form, but ultimately nothing will be done. Parent advocates for student success and others have supported the creation of an online reporting form to track incidents of bias and discrimination throughout the district. Such a system would allow students and parents to report incidents anonymously without fear of negative consequences, and it would allow the district to track areas which are ripe for improvement. Moreover, overall trends could be reported to provide a sense of campus climate
and to measure the success of the district's anti-bias and anti-discrimination efforts. Fewer complaints would mean the district is doing a better job. There are many questions which are yet to be asked about such a reporting system. Not all of them can be answered at this time. However, it is imperative that this item be included in the equity plan, as it will help to strengthen trust between the district and the HUR community. Objective 3 requires that PAUSD monitor progress toward reducing gaps in achievement and opportunity for HUR students. In conjunction with the Research, Evaluation, and Assessment Department, we have identified the following as measures to be tracked on an annual basis. Before I go down the list, I'll simply remind you and those in the audience that BAS is the new universal screener for literacy that is being used throughout the district in the early grades, and that the NWEA MAP is the new assessment that is being used in the early grades for math. So, annual data to be tracked includes the percent of students in all subgroups who meet the end-of-year reading benchmark on BAS in grades 3 and 5. The percent of students in all subgroups who meet end-of-year math benchmarks on the NWEA MAP in grades 3 and 5. The percent of students in all subgroups who are meeting or exceeding the standard on the CASP ELA in grades 3, 5, 8, and 11. The percent of students in all subgroups who are meeting or exceeding the standard on CASP Math in grades 3, 5, and 8. We will also monitor progress on the following: the percent of students in all subgroups who are completing algebra in grade 8 with a grade of B or better. The percent of students in all subgroups who are meeting A through G requirements by the end of 12th grade. The percent of students in all subgroups passing at least 2 AP courses by the end of 12th grade. The percent of students in all subgroups enrolled in advanced authentic research, and the percent of students who are enrolled in middle college. So we've looked at our CST data in math and ELA earlier in this presentation, but that was our old assessment system. How are we doing in achieving new Common Core state standards as reflected in our new assessment system? Last year is the first year that we received individual student score reports on the CASP. This slide lists the English language arts performance of students in various subgroups at grades 3, 5, 8, and 11. No data is reported for our Pacific Islander and Native American students, as their numbers were too few to report. For the benefit of those unable to see this slide, I will summarize. The achievement gap between HUR and non-HUR students in grade 3 is roughly 36 percentage points. The gap between HUR and non-HUR in grade 5 is roughly 32 percentage points. The gap between HUR and non-HUR in grade 8 is roughly 40 percentage points. And the gap between HUR and non-HUR in grade 11 is roughly 17 percentage points. Using the same format, I will summarize the achievement gap on the math CASP in grades 3, 5, and 8. Grade 3, the gap is roughly 30 percentage points. And for grades 5 and 8, the gap is roughly 40 percentage points. These are all of the proficiency scores which I am able to report on at this time. Others have inquired as to the degree to which socioeconomic status interacts with achievement of various HUR subgroups. The question being, is there an achievement gap among socioeconomically disadvantaged Latino students and non-socioeconomically disadvantaged Latino students? This is a great question. And if you are interested, I would be happy to explore this data with my colleagues in research, evaluation, and assessment. However, I can say that this question was explored by the MATD committee with previous data, and it was found that these gaps existed regardless of whether or not the HUR students were socioeconomically disadvantaged or not. Objective number 4 is about building positive and trusting relationships with HUR families. This objective is really about establishing a strong system of communication between the district and HUR families in both directions. At this moment, we are fortunate to have a new system of mass communication in the district called Blackboard. It is the system that allows us to create distinct groups of recipients for various communications. Once these groups are set up, the sender can determine whether to contact people by robocall, email, or text message. This system has been an enormous boon to our parent liaisons, who now have access to greater automation in sending out basic communications. Despite our having access to this new system, there is still adjustments that need to be made. Procedures that need to be codified for those who regularly send out communications to HUR families, including district administrators, parent liaisons, school principals, and school secretaries. Additionally, consistent procedures must be established for assisting community partners with their communications. As I've reported in the past, PAUSD has made great strides in providing interpretation and translation services for speakers of Spanish and Mandarin. However, these services don't come without a cost. Many would be surprised to learn that it is up to each department and school site to set aside a portion of its discretionary funds for this purpose. Because funds are not directly provided to various departments or school sites, it means that they are having to make difficult decisions as to how to stretch their dollars. This would not be the case if a specific dollar amount were allocated to each department or school. Finally, we come to our fifth and final objective, which is to employ culturally responsive teaching practices and integrate lessons that respect and honor the contributions of people of color. I have been pleased to learn that the social-emotional learning framework that the district has adopted, the Washington State Framework, stresses the importance of culturally responsive teaching. Culturally responsive teaching is a pedagogy that recognizes the importance of including students' cultural references in all aspects of learning. According to Matthew Lynch, it is a student-centered approach to teaching in which the students' unique cultural strengths are identified and nurtured to promote student achievement and a sense of well-being about the student's cultural place in the world. There's a natural overlap, then, in the SEL work and equity work in the district. I look forward to coordinating efforts with the Social Emotional Learning Curriculum Committee to select an SEL curriculum for the district. I'd like to highlight one other suggestion that came directly from parents, that an ethnic studies course be offered in high school. Here again, I was pleased to learn from my colleagues that there is an existing ethnic studies course at PALI in the course catalog, but it hasn't been offered in some time. I would like to suggest that a committee of grade 9 through 12 teacher leaders and administrators review and update the course and offer it anew as an elective at both high schools. So we have all of these metrics that we're planning on tracking. What are the inputs? What is Palo Alto Unified doing now to move the needle? In this presentation, I have focused on where we are currently with respect to HUR student achievement and what we are planning on doing to improve. My presentation tonight would not be complete, however, without sharing the work in the district that is ongoing and which, in many cases, has already made a difference in outcomes for HUR students. At the elementary level, there has been tremendous work going on in the area of response to intervention, also known as RTI. RTI is a data-driven, multi-tiered approach to the early identification support of all students in ELA and math. In this district, it's used primarily in the early grades, in the elementary grades. RTI relies on high-quality differentiated instruction, universal screening, progress monitoring, and data-driven decision-making for instruction, movement within the multi-level system, and disability identification in accordance with state law. Research-based intervention programs included in this effort include LLI, which is Leveled Literacy Intervention, Reading Recovery, Bridges Intervention Math, IXL Math, PBIS, Social Thinking Curriculum, and the Responsive Classroom Approach. The 3 tiers include Tier 1, which is instruction for all students, Tier 2, which is small group instruction for at-risk students, and Tier 3, which is intensive individual intervention. Lastly, I'd like to say that an RTI monitoring tool developed by the district identifies how many and which students are receiving Tier 2 intervention, what those Tier 2 interventions are, how students' progress is being monitored, and how a student's performance changes with those interventions. The RTI program has existed since 2012. Every elementary school and Greendale have RTI plans. RTI is backed by an investment of $160,000 spent annually across the 13 schools. At the secondary level, we currently provide advancement via individual determination, also known as AVID, Read 180, math workshop, focus on success, academic language development, among other programs. There is also a significant body of work that is undertaken by district partners. So that you have the full picture, I'd like to mention what these supports are. At the elementary level, we are fortunate to work with Project Rally, who are sponsored by the same organization that we honored here tonight, East Palo Alto Tennis and Tutoring. And the RISE After School program for students who attend Nixon. At the middle school level, I'd like to acknowledge Math Rewind, Dream Catchers, and Summer Bridge, which is run out of the Office of Academic Supports. At the high school, our HUR students benefit from services provided by College Pathways at Gunn, College Track, Foundation for a College Education, Palantir, and Rise Up and Rise Up Juniors, both of which are run out of the Department of Academic Supports. So how will we stay accountable for this work if approved? Progress on the equity plan will be shared with the Board of Education twice per year. In the fall, we will report on progress made on objective number 3, which involves reporting scores on the previous spring's tests. In the spring, we will focus our report on progress made on objectives 1, 2, 4, and 5. There will be an opportunity to take stock and make adjustments to the equity plan annually. And finally, I thank you for your attention and interest in this issue.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Castellon. Team, we have a few cards from the community here. Would you like to take the cards first, or do you want to do our discussion? Okay. We already did.
Oh, we did. Yep.
Alrighty. I'm going to call 3 names so that you can line up to do your 3 minutes. If you have a translator with you, we'll give you 6 minutes. Mr. Dauber will do the timing. You'll have a green light, which will turn amber when you have a minute left. Carmen Munoz, Zev Werman, Meb Steiner. And please introduce yourself when you start.
I will this time. My name is Carmen Munoz, and I'm a parent at the district and was involved in the focus group research of MATD. Outside of MATD, I've been involved in learning the needs and involved in creating solutions for historically underrepresented students and staff for the past 13 years. My listening to staff and parents has not stopped after MATD. I have wanted to continue to carry out solutions mainly around problem cluster number 2, which is the lack of parent-student community connections, and my role as PTA Council Outreach VP, but I'm coming as a citizen. In the San Mateo Achievement Gap Conference, the main speaker showed the same picture that has been shown of the description between equality versus equity. This picture does not show the solution. It shows that historically underrepresented students are spectators and are not in the game. I want to really see an update of the charts on page 40 and 41 on the 2008 strategic plan. This is essential to really look at where we are almost a decade later. The equity plan needs to reflect a strategy to make sure historically underrepresented students are in the game of doing well academically, socially, and emotionally. We have not been talking about the emotional aspect of a lot of historically underrepresented students. Being involved in the learning and the richness of the offerings from K through 12. Before you approve it, put on the lens of a parent of a historically underrepresented student that is lost in this complex system, and the child needs help in every way. If you do, as I did, we're not on the right path. The equity plan should not be approved until it is fully designed using best practices of districts with a profile like ours, and direct input from low-income input parents and site staff. This includes staff and PTA, and have had the opportunity of proper input. So after the plan is presented, then the input, focus groups, open forums. Many parents don't feel comfortable speaking and putting input. The areas of highest need are the parent engagement plan, which a very targeted parent engagement plan with parent education done conjunctly with the adult school. There should be federal funding around this in the adult school. We can do how to do school from K through 12, elementary, middle, and high school, with a special emphasis in middle school and high school on classes on Schoology, Infinite Campus, et cetera. This is not addressed in the plan. The Parent Liaison Program, a completely revamped program that reflects parents' needs. Currently, most of the liaisons were not hired internally. Put yourselves in the shoes of many of the parents that need this support. You get advice on how to navigate. I can give more information later.
Thank you, Ms. Musa.
If you've got more, can you email it to us? Thank
Zeb
you.
Borman, Meb Steiner, Barbara C. Klausner.
Good evening. Thank you to Martha for the nice presentation. I appreciate it. I found it interesting, in fact, very interesting. I am a member of the MATD too, so I am perhaps exposed in the last few years more than I usually have been to this issue.
Mr. Werman, can you speak up just a little bit? I think.
Oh, sure. I'm sorry. In any case, one thing that bothers me is that the original set of recommendations had a very strong component of diagnostics, early diagnostics, and a evaluation of the intervention for their effectiveness. What we see currently is diversion or change in this focus. I don't see much effort in the diagnostic. I don't believe we have early diagnostic. The NWEA started grade 3, even though it could start at grade 2. So we basically have no clear visibility early on, and we did identify a long time ago that the problems start very early. Further, we have a whole slew of intervention, but we have no idea which one of them is effective. It's very nice to have this infinite list of everything and anything, but which one of them works? Which one of them works the best per dollar? Some of them are very expensive one-on-one, others are group work. We have no idea. So I think we should put back some focus on this area. Otherwise, we'll get nice results of groups, of cohorts, but we still keep losing kids. The other issue I wanted to touch is the issue of curriculum, which actually ties nicely with the charts that Martha showed of Sanger Unified, because they showed over a decade or so a reduction in the achievement gap. And we saw the same thing here in Palo Alto. I am sure that Sanger did not apply the same things that we did apply in terms of parent liaison or other things. What they had is a strong curriculum. This was the old California standards. And indeed, over time, we have seen this kind of movement everywhere around the state. We don't have these standards anymore. That's fine. However, we do choose our curricula. And when we choose curricula that focus on the middle achievers and the high achievers, but expect home to provide the basics, that's where disadvantaged kids drop out. And we cannot keep choosing this kind of curricula, because having culturally responsive curriculum is nice, but having a strong curriculum that provide for complete education, not relying on parents or siblings or tutors, is more important, and we don't do it today. Thank you.
Thank you. Meb Steiner, Barbara C. Klausner, Adriana Flores.
Good evening. Thank you. Meb Steiner, President of CSCA. I'd like to start first by thanking Ms. Castellón for her openness and availability for input, and she's been really wonderful in that area. I'd like to focus right now just really on the idea of having the parent liaisons as full-time. I think that taking that step would show our commitment to reaching out and being available to her students and families, our historically underrepresented families, and is a much better model than what we currently have, which is part-time hourly parent liaisons. They are in fact not even contracted as part of CSEA's group, so they put their time on a time card. And that's creating a lot of turnover in the position and doesn't really allow for the necessary availability and chance to build relationships with families. And I also want to speak to the diversity of our classified staff. I think we can be excellent resource to be faces in the community of different cultures, and also to be culturally sensitive and responsive to our families. And many of our classified staff have already built relationships. I think it is so critical to have some full-time liaisons to coordinate and plan and define mechanisms for communication and build community. And I would like to suggest that we add to that network, sort of our web of support, by utilizing current staff at sites to be the most direct connection to students and families. This is happening to some degree informally already. And, you know, we have secretaries or aides who speak the language and they sort of fill in. But I would like to formalize that and have the liaisons then coordinate this on-site connection group by perhaps giving some additional hours to part-timers to be there for before and after school programs. Many of our aides would certainly be fabulous at doing that. Another sort of creative thought is utilizing some of our bus drivers. They have some downtime in their split shift, and they're already in the community, and they've made connections with the students. They've reached out to families in their homes when they drop them off or pick up the students. And these are familiar and trusted members of the school community for our students and for their parents. And I believe that many of our classified staff have navigated the system for their own children and know what the issues and questions are that can arise for families from different cultures. And these on-site connection points could then be coordinated with some full-time folks to train and guide us all sort of in the right direction. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Barbara C. Klausner, Adriana Flores, Sarah Woodham.
Good evening. So I wanted to echo Meb's comments, thanking Dr. Castellon and Dr. Argumedo for their very cooperative and helpful work on the equity plan. So as you guys probably know, I was a member and still am a member of the MATD committee. And I want to remind you that we had about 5 months of substantive meeting and work time to produce that report, which was a great start, thanks to Max with his fresh energy and initiative, but that was a very short timeline for attacking a long-standing and pernicious problem. This equity plan, on the other hand, has no expiration date, except until our equity problems are all solved. This is a golden opportunity to build a set of long-term strategies based on a smart use of plentiful data that we have about our HUR students and the programs and services that are or could be provided. I am so excited. I look up at all of you guys sitting up there, and I see a leadership team that has the commitment and the know-how to get this done. So I'm asking you now, please, let's do it. In an email that I sent to all of you earlier, I outlined a few ideas, but they're just that, a few ideas. For example, an important question for the board to consider is whether the district is doing something so that more and more HUR students meet or exceed grade level standards. Are we adding value? Tracking cohorts of HUR students as they travel from grade 3 through grade 8 would be illuminating. Is this same group of students becoming more or less proficient as they pass through our system? What factors appear to affect the attainment of proficiency? Is it something about the student profile? Are there certain programs that are more effective than others, or more effective for certain subgroups? Are certain combinations of programs or a sequence over time more effective? And consider, do we want to set, when we talk about this achievement gap, and I put this in my email, it's, you know, lots of ways to define it. Do we want to set a minimum bar for ourselves? For example, 80% of our HUR students, as opposed to current numbers like 40%, to be at grade level by grade 8. But again, this is just one of many interesting ideas. And I would ask, please, to take the time to consult whoever and whatever needs to be consulted, especially in this time of budget concerns, to make sure that we're allocating our funds towards strategies that will make a difference. As a member of the MATD committee, I deeply appreciate staff's efforts to incorporate the work of the committee into an equity plan, but I do not believe that the committee's report provides the final word on the best framework for the equity plan. And I, at least, would not be the least bit offended to see an equity plan that deviates from some of the specific details of that report, so long as the plan is otherwise grounded in what works. But last, I'd like to add that I would like to echo Zev's comments about the MATD's original focus on diagnostics, and I would like to see that part of it retained and restored. Thank you.
Thank you. Adriana Flores, Sarah Woodham, Bob Smith. These are our last 3 speakers.
Hi, Adriana Flores. I was also a member of the MATD. Oh, should I start? Let me know when to start.
Oh, go right ahead.
Okay.
Take advantage of mine.
Adriana Flores. I'm a member of the MATD, and I also worked on the report. So it's kind of nice to see this come into reality. So thank you so much for all the work that your team has put into making this this happen. This is the beginning, and just as with any equity plan, any equity goals, it's something that we need to continue to revise year after year. And one of the revisions that actually I brought up during our last meeting was the fact that we do have goals for elementary school, and the elementary school, at the elementary school level, they've been doing a lot of interventions, but we don't have equity goals for middle school and high school, even though I know that they're important. So including those would be very, I think, beneficial, so we can measure across the line and we can, determine if there are pipeline issues. The other thing to consider would be, parent empowerment programs as well. Not just having the liaisons, but there are other nationally recognized programs such as the Parent Institute for Quality Education that, do workshops. And I know that parents, many times, I'm a parent, you can't go to all those meetings, or you have commitments, or you're working and you can't be meeting with the parent liaisons all the time. So having one-day events, I think, would be helpful as well. And then last but not least, accountability, as Zeb mentioned, is very important. We instituted all-day kindergarten. So what has happened since then? Are we really focusing in the students that we really care about? Where we know we have a gap. And are we making progress? At the end of the day, are we making progress? As a parent of an elementary school child and a soon-to-be young fiver, I should say that, the questions that I ask myself is, how is my child being supported in the classroom? What are the requirements for my child to reclassify? If I had an ELL child, what are the requirements for my child to reclassify? How can I be of support to my child? So thinking about it, as you think about any kind of parent engagement program, the partnership between the schools and the parents, and how, if you empower the parents, things will be a lot easier for our community. So thank you so much for the work that you put into this, and thank you for Max for your leadership in actually bringing this to the forefront and putting resources behind it.
Thank you. Sarah Woodham.
Hi, Sarah Woodham. I'm gonna be really brief because I think folks have echoed a lot of, I think a lot of the comments that I would make. And as I hear about accountability, I guess just one area that I guess I'd like to just emphasize, it has to do with sort of systematizing what we do. Because, even for skinny down data, because even as Martha sort of presented some of the data, I sort of wondered, well, I think we should track foreign language. Like, who are the kids taking foreign language in middle school? Because if you do 2 years in middle school, you've actually then completed like a year of your A to G requirements for high school. So there are things like that, just tracking sort of how, the kids who are doing fall sports in 9th grade with their, how they do academically. So so I guess there are a couple things around the specifics of the data. And I guess I want to urge that, that you're talking with the sites and figuring out, exactly with, our directors of elementary and secondary education, exactly what those critical pieces of data are, because there is so much data and it is so easy to drown in data that unless you are really honing in on critical pieces of data, you won't be able to see the forest through the trees. And as I see Martha and Chris sort of sitting next to each other, I sort of feel like those two offices need to be joined at the hip in terms of creating a formal system for reporting back on for collecting and reporting and managing data. And, Martha talked about reporting back to the board, twice a year. But I feel like that, going back to the whole business of accountability, there needs to be sort of this constant feedback just to the sites, because the data that, I imagine Martha's office would collect, would span all of our different sites. And that's a sort of unique view, as opposed to sort of principals who get very focused on the details of their own site. And having an office that can really cover that landscape and can actually sort of process big data, in a sense, with help from Chris's office, I think would be uniquely useful for this office, focusing, of course, on, HUR students and the various layers of, sub-demographics, of that population. And I think that's really important for sort of getting accountability, being able to feedback, being able to assess programs and, grades, and just the various critical levers and blockers and, keys to success or failure. Thanks.
Thank you. Bob Smith.
Good evening. Bob Smith. I don't have a lot to say, but about 25 years ago, I was in a group here at the district about diversity, run by Dr. Bright Rose, who is a fine fellow that unfortunately is no longer with us, but did a great job. But one of the recommendations that group came out with was to have a course on diversity. And I was therefore kind of shocked when I heard tonight that you don't have any such a course yet today, 25 years later, because we made that recommendation. And we also had materials from a group that had met in the early 70s on the same topic. And we handed out and looked at what they did. And we were kind of jealous of their stuff because they'd done a really good job. And, what I'm saying is this looks like to me a continuing thing where you go on every generation or so and have another process, but fundamentally things don't happen right. And I think the idea of having a class would be good. And while you're at it, you might think of a way to get more students involved in learning what I will call practical Spanish. Because I took 3 languages in college, and when I got here 50 years ago, I wished I'd learned Spanish, and I hadn't, and I still do wish. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, colleagues. It's 10 minutes after 8. I'm targeting a break for us at the end of our discussion. This is agendized as an action item. Let me be cognizant first of Mr. Tyeri's time. Are you able to? Okay, all right. So let's kick off with Mr. Dauber.
Thank you for the presentation and the excuse me, and the work that you have done. So before I have some questions. I heard Dr. McGee say at the beginning that while this is noticed for action, we don't necessarily need to take action tonight. Is that?
There's not an immediate time demand. Some of the items we already included in the budget additions, and those were in the workshop, at our budget workshop, we actually had some full-time parent liaisons, for example, as part of the additions. We had the 2nd grade NWEA test so that we could have some better measures.
So my sense, and I'm interested to hear Dr. Castellon's perspective, is that this definitely represents progress, but I don't think we're quite there yet in terms of what we're looking for in terms of an equity plan. Is that consistent with your sense, Dr. Castellon? Are you interested in receiving feedback and coming back with the further revisions?
I would appreciate that, yes. Yes.
I would like you to sort of reflect on a couple of the comments that I heard from members of the public, which I thought were interesting and important. The comment from both Ms. Klausner and Mr. Werman about diagnostics and evaluation and the importance of deeper data that tracks students. I don't see that in this plan. What are your thoughts on that question?
Right. So thank you for raising that. I will make a few brief comments and then ask my colleague Chris Kolar to step in as well. I am very much in favor of early diagnostics. My understanding is that we can do that with the BAS because the BAS is administered K through 5. That's the new literacy assessment. My understanding is that we can't quite do that in math because what we've adopted in math is the NWEA map for grades, I believe it's grades 3 through 5, and for grades K through 2, we're using a district-developed assessment. And so to the extent that we plan on continuing to use the district-created assessment, that would be fine. If we have plans to move toward expanding the NWEA map to go down to kinder, then I would ask for funding for that to happen.
And I'm also particular, I don't know if Mr. Kolar wants to comment, but I'm interested in the suggestion that we use these for sort of program evaluation and evaluation of these interventions, in addition to evaluating the progress of individual students, and what your thoughts are on that.
Yes. And I apologize if I wind up taking all of your time, Mr. Dauber, with my response, but the MATD was the first committee that I joined when I came here to the district, and I just wanted to point out a couple of things that maybe weren't surfaced very well in the presentation of the materials in terms of the background of what the district is and is not working on right now. For starters, a year ago, we hired a full-time internal program evaluation coordinator, Dr. Clarice Haxton, and we did that specifically to increase our capacity to address program evaluation needs that were not being met in the district. So for starters, I just wanted to point out that the programs that were listed and identified by MATD as things where we needed to look at their efficacy are all things that we're actively evaluating right now. In fact, Dr. Castellon mentioned the use of an RTI tracking tool. Now, the reason that that's significant is that we did not have a uniform way across the district of tracking what interventions we were using, nor their efficacy. So that seems like a small thing, but it is actually huge.
Yep.
Now, having taken care of that this year, we are currently evaluating the READ 180 program, AVID, Focus on Success. We have an interim report on full day kinder, which was an MATD suggested program. And we also have an interim report on the algebra pilot at Gunn, the de-laning, which was another MATD tangential project. So we have used this past year to hit those questions very hard. Now, because these are programs that take an academic year to look at and see what happens as students move through, that's why we haven't inundated the community with reports yet, but they are coming, and we have been active at that. And what's really exciting to me about the long-term goal, and I think, I forget who mentioned this, I think Ms. Klausner, the elementary schools wrote a joint SIPSA goal this year that is specifically tracking the kinder students, the class of 17 kindergarten, the first kids with a full day kinder. We are going to be tracking them for 6 years. So we're not just taking one of those year-to-year, quarter-to-quarter measurements of whether or not we're making progress, but we specifically wanted to see not only how things were going for this group of kids, but we wanted to see how the performance or achievement gap manifested itself with that particular group of students as they came through, so we would know a little bit more about what the appropriate interventions might be. And we can only do that by taking a look at that. And all of our elementary principals committed to that in their SIPSA plans this year, which is very exciting to me. And finally, related to data, one of the other things that happened this year as my department rolled out in the fall the Data Zone, which is a data reporting platform. So all that data that the district collects that we've been sitting on, now it's very easy to access this. We have trained all the principals, APs, we have trained specialists, instructional supervisors, and we've been rolling out training sessions to teachers because I believe that that's a very important tool for them to use in their professional learning communities. And so we've pushed down data use. The analogy that I use is that it's as easy to use now as your online banking. And you know, most of us make it to the end of the month without having accidentally transferred our money, you know, into oblivion. And so we have the tools now. They're easy to access, and we're beginning to see a pickup. And actually, I've heard of a couple of teachers and one at Gunn who has set up their own training without us even knowing about it. So our goal was to push literacy and capacity among not only instructional leadership, but even at the teacher level so that it could have maximum impact on improving teaching and learning with data. So, thank you.
Thank you. Let me just take a few seconds to finish my thought on that, which is that I think what's important is to see that evaluation then drive into the decision making that's going on, you know, in the sites about what interventions to use and so forth, and to also drive accountability at the level of the senior staff and the board. So I would like to see that process of driving teaching change and also accountability in the next version of this myself.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dauber. Mr. Collins.
Thanks for the updated plan. This is great. I appreciate particularly the focus on historical and historical performance, which is interesting, and I look forward to doing more analysis on that because that seemed like a rich topic to mine. I don't really have any comments on the plan per se. I may get you some written comments afterwards if you're going to do a refresh, but at this time I don't have any questions, so thank you.
Thank you. Ms. DiBrienza.
Thank you. Thank you for all of your work with the plan. And thank you to Mr. Kolar for, you answered some of my questions right here already with your first answering Mr. Dauber's questions. First, I do think that the SIPSA, the common SIPSA plan throughout the elementary schools is really important, and it's a starting point for looking at following a cohort rather than looking year by year to really see how that's changing. I do know that when we got our SIPSA plans, there was talk, and I feel like Ms. Payton-Castle and I talked about this afterwards. I believe, as I understood it, the principals are working towards identifying student by student who maybe is not meeting benchmark at the kindergarten level. You know, I appreciated seeing the 3rd and the 5th and the 8th and the 11th grade, and yet we know that at K and 1 is where we really have to focus a lot of energy, and I know that the elementary schools have been doing that. So I just wanted to either, I guess, clarify either now or later, are we at a point where our elementary schools are identifying each student and then tracking each student? If you've been identified for a Tier 2 intervention, then how do we measure, as Mr. Worman and Ms. Klausner mentioned, sort of how are we looking at the effectiveness of what we are doing, what those outputs are, and if something is not, if there's an intervention that's not working for a particular student, working to identify what's not working and how can we be more effective with it? For instance, if there's an intervention not working, maybe it's because that student needs more of that intervention, or maybe that intervention is not effective there. So just, I think, really teasing that out more with each of the elementary schools to really focus on that KN1 work and incorporate it into our plan. The online reporting system that you talked about, I think is vital, and I appreciate seeing it there. I'm curious to know if we could also include phone and text as a way to report incidents of bias across the district. I don't know if that'll make it easier for people to report instances, but I do think making that as easy as possible is important to really get an accurate reflection of what our students and families are experiencing on a regular basis. Where else are we? I was curious about the liaisons. If we have a liaison working in 3 to 4 schools, what does that look like for a family? So I appreciate that sort of attention to if a liaison can follow a family all the way through, and that might mean that they're working in more than 3 or 4 schools, but looking at the different possibilities there. And an ethnic studies class, yes, and I would love to see an ethnic studies class even if it's not completely full. I would love us to find a way to run those anyway. And of course, having that work only in an ethnic studies class is not enough. We have to have them in all of our classes. And in conversations with some of our staff, I know that is already happening to varying levels in a lot of classes. But I would like to see if we can systematize just to the extent that happens across the board. So all of our students, whether you take an ethnic studies class or not, you are getting some more of that culturally relevant history. And that's all I've got for now.
Can I comment on your last point regarding integrating an awareness about other cultures throughout the curriculum, not just in an ethnic studies course? It was pointed out to me by a former living skills teacher at the high school level that living skills actually focuses quite a bit on building empathy and understanding towards people who are different from ourselves. And so I think that there are applications that exist, places that we could identify where we could insert this type of instruction.
Great. I would love to see that. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Baton-Casbaum.
Yeah, well, thank you very much. It's good to see progress on this. I feel, as Mr. Dauber and maybe some of my other peers up here, that this is good progress, but we need to do some additional things before the board approves this plan. So I really appreciated all the community input that we've had tonight. I think that there's some really good nuggets in this. Last week, Ms. Branza and I attended an Achievement Gap Forum in San Mateo. It was the second one I had been to. And there were some really good nuggets that came out of it. Actually, Ms. Munoz came with us as well, and Dr. Migu was there at the beginning. One thing that came out, and this reminded me of it when you put up the Sanger Unified charts. Somebody, now I don't remember who it was, but they had some success in closing the achievement gap. So they came into their district and said, what do we need to do so that our underserved minority kids can have everything that our high income kids have, or at least our other kids, maybe not necessarily high income. So what do we need to do? So they went down a checklist, and every single thing. They're like, how do we get them more tutoring? How do we get them enrichment? How do we get them summer school? How do we get them camp? How do we get them to the honors classes? So all those things. And it's not clean, and it might feel like a lot of work, but if we want to make sure that our kids can achieve, we're going to have to give them the base in order to do that. So I think that's one thing to think about. I've gone to a couple of sessions in East Palo Alto, and I've heard stuff from parents, and that includes, and I'm no expert here, but there are things that I'd like to see in the plan. Our kids, we want our kids to be in those honors and AP classes. We want them to be going to four-year colleges and successfully completing them. The reason we're willing to make a sacrifice to put our kids on the bus for an hour each way and not be going to school with their friends or their neighbors, maybe their friends they are, but with their neighbors, is because we want these things. And so we need the district to figure out how to help our kids get there. So we can feed them, but we can't give them necessarily math tutoring help and writing help. And if we're a parent and we're working 2 jobs, how do we get the answers to questions when we need them? So I really like that you want to revise the parent liaison program. What I've heard from parents is they don't want to have to call 4 different people. There are a lot of families that have 4 and 5 and 6 kids. So if they could, for a family, have 1 person, that's their information source. It doesn't mean that person has to know everything, but they have to be able to help them get to the information that they need. They need to speak Spanish the same way that the East Palo Alto family speak Spanish. So that's really important. They need to make sure that communications, not everyone has internet access in East Palo Alto. I think the superintendent of Ravenswood School said 42% of her kids are homeless. That doesn't mean they're living in a car or on the street. That just means they're not in a place where they sleep that's the same place on a regular basis. We have to believe that a large percentage of our kids have the same challenge. So most parents have phones. We have to figure out how to get to them on their phones and have a way for them to get to us on their phones. I looked at this list here. I really think that Mr. Werman and Ms. Klausner brought up some good points, and actually more than that, Ms. Woodham, a whole bunch of people, how we need to make sure that we're focusing on some diagnostics, but we're only talking about 100 kids per grade. And so I would expect that we have diagnostics that are kid by kid and look at us at every grade level. So just saying that we're going to look at 3rd grade and 5th grade, I don't think that will serve us well. I think that's what you do if we had a really big population, but this isn't a really big population. When I look at the list of things, the monitor progress things, some of these make a lot of sense to me, some don't. Like percentage of students enrolled in middle college. Middle college is for students for whom a comprehensive high school is not working, but they want college level work. I don't think that should be a goal for us. I mean, if there's students where that's appropriate, that's fine. I'd like to see honors classes in here. You're not going to get, and I'll stop, you're not going to be able to get your goal about kids in APs if we're not getting kids into honors classes. Come back to me.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Should I hold my remarks to Ms. Baton-Caswell's comments?
absolutely.
Hold them or make them?
You can make them.
Okay, great. So yes, I've heard this concern with tracking HUR student enrollment in middle college from others. At this moment in time, we don't do a good enough job of communicating middle college as an option to students of color and socioeconomically disadvantaged students in the district. It seems like it's a little known option for the privileged few. And I am simply asking that we track it so that we can ensure that there's access to it. I'm not saying that we should ensure that a very high percentage of students who attend middle college be historically underrepresented. But if this is an option that we're making available to the community at large, we should be making it available to historically underrepresented students as well.
Thank you.
And as a follow-up to that, we have had some conversations with Dave Hoshiwara about the program, and one of the things that is tracked by the Department of Ed OCR is equity in enrollment in dual credit programs for both college and high school. And so this is something where we took that cue from OCR as a potential area where we'd looking to see if we are making the best use of the slots that we have available for all students, and making sure that we're marketing it. Marketing's the wrong word, but you know what I mean. Making sure that we're making it available as an opportunity for students that would find it beneficial or appropriate.
Great, thank you. Mr. Tyra, do you have any questions?
So first of all, looking at this on point on goal number 2 about development of anonymous online reporting forum to track incidents of bias and discrimination. I was just wondering about precedent in the district about anonymous online reporting for teachers, not just for racial bias, I think just for anything, because I do think it's important that students and parents feel comfortable with, being able to report against teachers. I'm just wondering, should there be some responsibility for making an accusation like that? And just what's the precedent for online reporting?
Yeah, so right now we have online bullying reporting, and as part of the OCR resolution agreement, we're actually going to have online anonymous reporting for sexual violence and harassment. And actually, we've had internal conversation. Do we do a pull-down menu? Do we do different sites? So we're actually working on the design of that now. I think the responsibility is really incumbent on us to track it down, and some people are just uncomfortable reporting. We've had instances, or they wait until too late. And that's what I think worries me. They wait until it's too late and then they report something after there's been too much bullying or too much harassment or just too many things said, and then bad things can happen. So we're encouraging the reporting, and we'll track it down. And frankly, for false reporting, there'd be consequences for that. I mean, if somebody were just out to malign someone, we would find out.
Yeah, great. Yeah, I was just wondering if that was a new thing or if we had that before. Also, on the subject of teaching ethics and diversity in PAUSD classes, it is taught to some extent in living skills, but I don't think living skills is a good example of a class where students are going to absorb that information very well. Just speaking from a student's perspective, if we're talking about incorporating ethics into a curriculum, I think it'd go a lot further if it was incorporated into classes that are considered by students to be serious academic classes, because I think that goes further to embed that in students' minds. So
I just want to clarify, do you mean ethics or do you mean ethnic studies?
Ethics, is that what we were talking about before? Oh, ethnic studies? Oh, okay. Well, both, I suppose, actually. So that's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Mr. Tyree. Okay, so I have just a couple of additional questions and comments that my colleagues didn't get to. One is a quickie on just understanding the data. So you showed us some bar graphs, our own bar graphs. Let's take a quick look at, I don't have page numbers. Achievement gap, second grade achievement gap for ELA. So if I look at second grade, and I'm looking at, wow, is that it? That's it. So if I'm looking at those kids in 2004, and then you flip forward to the one that's 11th grade. So those are the same kids in 11th grade in 2013, right? So the gap looks just as big as it did back in 2004 for those second graders. Okay, so that just reiterates that we have to catch them early, or we can't change the trajectory. So
That's exactly right.
would like to echo the comments of my colleagues about figuring out how to get earlier kid-by-kid data so the intervention happens as quickly as possible, and then understanding the efficacy of the interventions. I also agree with the middle college comment. The potential to have it available to students is a little different than trying to track if it's representative of the students or not, just because it's such a small number. Like, we only have 30 kids in middle college, and so we would be saying 5 of them have to be HUR kids. That would be a goal. So it's just such a small number. Like, trying to figure out if families are aware of it seems like a better way to go to me. And then the question around budgets, is this incremental to what we already spend, or did you list things that were in our budget already and you were just kind of highlighting how much things cost?
No, this is incremental.
It's incremental.
Right.
Okay, so that conversation, we'll have to have that in a budget session. Okay, so it sounds to me like my colleagues aren't quite ready to take action on this yet, and that we want another turn of the dial. So let me just make sure that that is the same thing that my colleagues are thinking. Does that seem right? Okay. All right. So those are my questions for now. Let's go around the horn one more time in case we have more questions. Mr. Dauber.
I don't have any more questions right now. I am conscious of the fact that we have this renaming schools item coming up, and I want to make sure that we have time for that to happen. But I will definitely provide written feedback. I appreciate that opportunity.
Thanks. Mr. Collins, anything come up? Okay. Ms. DiBrienza? I have nothing else. Thank you. Ms. Baton-Caswell?
I just have two more things.
Okay.
One is, I think it would be good to let us know, and for you to know, what number and percent of our HUR students are in each of these after-school programs that you have listed here, and what's the goal for increase? Because I assume we don't have 100% of our kids covered. And then the other thing is, and this was very interesting, and Dr. McGee and Ms. Moniz and Ms. DiBrienza and I heard about the Kinsey collection. And the Kinsey collection is and we heard this last week, is a collection of African American art and documents and historical relics. And through it, the family that started this has put together really history that we're not teaching right now. And I think it would really be a good thing to think about how to incorporate that history, which actually includes some Hispanic history as well, into our existing history classes. We were just completely enthralled for an hour and a half, I don't know, as we got just a taste of what they had discovered in the research that they had done. This is not in any history book yet. Imperial Valley has written some curriculum guides and some study. They basically have some classroom lesson plans. But San Mateo County is going to be working on this. Maybe we want to work on this as well, but at a minimum, we should be looking at these lesson plans and figuring out if we can incorporate that in. I actually think if you have an ethnic studies class, you will get some kids signing up for it, and it might feel very good, but it doesn't impact all those kids that need it. And the kids that need it are all of our kids. They need to know the history that we have in this country.
agree.
So we need to figure out how to get it to them so it's not just an elective that some kids take.
In fact, I'll just mention that there was a Senate bill that passed a couple of years ago that now requires that all social studies curricula that deal with American history accurately represent the contributions of people of color.
So Mr. Kinsley's son, Cahill, offered to come up here from LA and talk to whoever needed or would like to be spoken. So Dr. McGee can connect you up. I wanted to ask our president to maybe just repeat how we're taking comments tonight, because I think some folks have put in their name for comments and they haven't been called.
Okay. So thank you for that reminder, Ms. Baton-Caswell. So we had a meeting this morning to talk about our board meetings themselves and how we conduct our board meetings. And we are trying a new process, which is to ask the comment cards to be in within the first 10 minutes of the presentation so that we can have those comments taken after the presentation and before we have our colleague comments. So you'll find that at the beginning of an item, I'll say what time by which we want cards in. And if for some reason your card is later than that, we're happy to take input via email. I do want to make sure that people understand that email information to us is absolutely as legitimate as coming and speaking to us. We know that folks do not necessarily have the time to come out. They have family obligations, they have work, they have other things. So please don't feel like speaking to us is more important than emailing us. So if for some reason we don't get to your card, please do that. So this also, at the beginning of the meeting, for those of you who weren't here, we decided this morning that for our own efficiency and ability to get this work done, we would take a 5-minute break somewhere around 8 o'clock. So we are going to take a 5-minute break now. Mr. Dauber's going to time us. So colleagues, the light will turn amber when you have 1 minute left and be back in your seat by the time the buzzer goes off.
Thank you.
let's rock and roll. I guess we're not the issue, right? Okay. Hi, may we have you please back in your seats? We'd like to get started again. We'd like to get started again.
We have an announcement. The Pally Vikings have won their semifinal game, 5-63. They played Saturday at 2 o'clock at Santa Clara College.
And the
Not to be
fans
missed.
go wild. Woohoo!
Thanks, David.
Thank you, community. I appreciate your standing up and stretching a little bit. We are moving on in our agenda. Our next agenda item is item 5C, appointment of independent auditors.
We believe it is a sound business practice to rebid audit service on a regular basis to assure that a set of fresh eyes look at our financial practices. This past fall, we put out a request for proposals, and at tonight's meeting, we will discuss the staff recommendation to select a new audit firm. We expect this firm to be approved at the next meeting. Ms. Mack, anything you'd like to add?
Ms. Mack, going once, going twice.
I know the auditors were not able to attend tonight, but we expect to have them here next week.
Where's Ms. Mack? Ms. Mack?
Do we need Ms. Mack?
I don't know if we need it. We're going to
Well, let's see if we have, colleagues, do you have any questions on this topic, or did you read what was in the package? Okay. We will, can you answer the question from Ms. Baton-Caswell?
Depends what the question is.
Okay. Let's give it a shot.
If you can't answer it, you can answer it next time.
Okay.
Okay, my question just is it the auditor's responsibility to check on our instructional minutes?
Yes, it is.
So we have had a discrepancy between what was reported in the audit last year then and what we actually have going on. So how do we make sure that that's done this time appropriately?
So we are going to provide our own calculations to the auditor rather than, usually it's just here's the schedules and they go through and calculate on their own. So I think it's at this point incumbent upon us to say, because we are looking at making some adjustments to the bell schedules at both high schools, and give them that information and ask them to double check it.
So my request is if we're using the same auditors, we just need to make sure that that's one thing that they double check.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Colleagues, are there any other questions for Ms. Mack?
Thank you.
All right. Would you like to bring this back on consent?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. We'll bring this back on consent. All right. Moving on, next agenda item is 5D, authorization to bid summer maintenance items.
I know Mr. Golden would love to present this in person, but he is at spring training right now. And so as is an annual basis, we need to approve this long list of summer projects throughout the district. These are listed in the packet, and it's important to assure that our students have a safe, comfortable environment that is conducive to learning, that we get this summer work done on time. And so actually we are really closing some things off the schools a few weeks earlier, or a week earlier than usual, to make sure that we do get all this work done on time.
Great. Again, colleagues, this is a discussion item. Ms. DiBrienza, do you have any questions?
I just have one question. Thank you. I had already posed this to Dr. McGee. I know that one of our elementary schools typically has a summer camp, and that brings in revenue for the school and for the district. Yeah. And I think that they weren't able to do it this summer, and I'm wondering if this is the reason why, and is this the only time we could do this work? And
yeah, I believe so, and maybe I'll double check with Mr. Golden, but that's what he indicated. That was a Loney school. I know we have some work to do there. Yeah, we like the Stephen Case Camp. That was kind of an institution. Yeah. But we also know we have some work to do there too. So.
Okay, that's my only question. Thank you.
Yeah, I can add. I know that at other campuses as well. I mean, there is a revenue hit to this.
Yes, there is.
And I think it was it sounded to me like there was a decision that they made, just looking at the trade-offs, that they knew there was a revenue hit to a number of sites actually, and that
I'm sure
they need, but they need to maintain the schools. So that was the thing that I heard.
Thank you. Ms. Baton-Caswell, any questions?
No, I think we just should say that when the bids come back in, then we'll know what the total amount is.
Right.
So it won't just be not to exceed $100,000.
Right.
There'll be an amount.
Yes, there will be. This is the authorization to bid.
Yes. And Mr. Dauber, any questions?
No, I think we should put this on consent for the next.
Mr.
item.
Tyeri, do you have any questions? Okay, we'll bring this back on consent unless I hear otherwise. Okay, let's bring this back on consent. Thank you. Okay. Our next agenda item is renaming the schools advisory committee. We have some cards for that. I'm going to suss out how long we're going to get through, how we're going to get through this. So we are aiming to end at 10. I'm interested to know how much time you think you want for a staff presentation.
5 minutes, and you can hit the timer.
Okay, you want 5 minutes for
Yep.
staff presentation.
Not now, wait till I start.
28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37. Colleagues, we have 37 cards. Our bylaws would suggest that once we get past 20 cards, we can change our allotment of time from 3 minutes to 2 minutes. Are you supportive of doing that? 38 cards? Yeah.
Yes. Otherwise, I think it's going to be difficult to hear public comment in the time that we have. So I think it makes sense to set it to follow our bylaw.
Okay, so we will use the 2-minute timer. Again, if you have a translator with you, we'll double the time so that you and your translator can both get through your comments. We will take other cards for comments. It is currently 8 minutes to 9. Get your cards in the next 10 minutes. Those are the cards that we'll take. After that, we're going to close public comment on this topic because we are going to need time to discuss it.
So may I have a question about the process?
Yes.
So my math is not so good, but at 40 times 2, that's 80 minutes, which is an hour and 20 minutes.
Oh, and we have an hour and 10.
Which is
Good point.
after our scheduled stopping time. So how do we plan to address that?
We will, we'll take comments until 9:30, and we'll stop wherever we are in the cards. Then we can discuss. And then if we have time for more comments, we can take more comments. If we don't have more time for more comments, I suggest we don't take more comments. So if we get to 9:30 and we discuss, and it only takes us 15 minutes, then we can take 15 minutes more comments.
If we have students, will we put them first?
Yes, I currently only have one card with a student written on it. If there are other students, please let us know. Yes. Skylar? I got Shauna. Any other students? Okay, you don't have to go home and do homework.
We're going to make you wait. Whoever put on the air, thank you.
All righty.
If it gets too cold, we'll.
All righty.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
So just to make sure I understand and the audience understands that.
Yes.
So at 9:30, we're going to cut off public comment, have discussion, and then,
If there's more time, we can take up more public comment.
okay. So we're going to try to vote tonight?
Well, we can discuss.
Okay.
I assume the vote part is only going to take a minute, so we can vote at the end of the hour.
But this might be one of those meetings that has to go a little bit past 10.
Yes.
Yeah, it depends on where we are.
Hang
Yeah.
on 1 second, Cody.
So at 9:30, we will take a break, discuss, and then we can decide from there what to do going forward. Is that all right?
Okay.
We'll give it a try.
Okay. Hang on 1 second. We have a.
Oh, do you have Kobe's card?
Okay.
Yeah, I'll mark it.
Got it. Student.
I'll mark it student. Okay.
All right,
So
okay.
first 3, so start with your presentation.
Another student.
Ready. I have my own timer, too.
Okay.
I want to start by thanking the community for their interest in this topic, especially appreciate those who came out to speak and those who took time to write. We have received in the neighborhood of 200 emails, and I will be sending a response, albeit a generic one, to all those who emailed the board and me and had the courage to sign their names. While I have not counted the fors and against, the thumbs up and thumbs down, I am well aware that those who support and those who oppose renaming feel strongly about their position. Here, let's slide, please. Here are 2 emails I received at the exact same time today. These came in at 2:17. And from these, as you can see, please put them up there. These came in at exactly the same time. These are the initials I and J. And from some of the correspondence, it appears we have not progressed far from the Colosseum culture of ancient Rome. Thumbs up, the gladiator survives. Thumbs down, it's the end of the line. However, others have provided a more detailed and often thoughtful rationale, and I have learned much from them, as well as from the RSAC committee, those 13 volunteers who devoted 8 long months to their task and whose report we have read, and I hope who all the emailers have read and all our attendees tonight have read. We talk in this district about the value and importance of lifelong learning, and this extended conversation regarding renaming, going back to the first meeting of RSAC in April 2016, has been a learning experience. As I mentioned, I learned from the committee, learned from the panelists, the speakers. I learned from additional reading. I learned from the community emails. I learned from our students. As we expect of all our students and our adult learners, education is not just about the acquisition of knowledge, it's about the application of knowledge. And we also know that from learning comes the meaningful connections. So tonight, I would like to begin with the district's vision, strategic plan, and goals, and tie these to the recommendation. And we have the district vision statement. I have highlighted the key words about all students, about empowering every child to reach his or her fullest intellectual, social, and creative potential. We have the next slide. We have the district strategic plan, 2 pertinent action steps, talking about removing barriers to the success of underserved students, and about having facility design choices consistent with effective approaches to teaching and learning. And we have our 2 district goals, equity and access, wellness and safety. And can we have the next slide, please? Which leads me to the recommendations which are in the packet. What are the rationale for these recommendations? There are 3. The first is the role of David Starr Jordan and Louis Terman in the eugenics movement. The role that these gentlemen played are antithetical to PAUSD's mission, goals, and strategic plan, as we just showed. David Starr Jordan was certainly an accomplished scientist, and as Stanford's first president, undoubtedly helped shape this extraordinary institution that now is truly a world-leading university in advancing the quality of life for countless millions on our planet. That said, he was also an active and apparently highly effective leader in promoting eugenics, including the betterment of the human race by eugenic sterilization. These actions and his advocacy associated with his name and the name on our schools matters. It is hard to imagine the countless PAUSD students who would not have even been born if eugenics thinking, policies, and practices, as widely and deeply articulated as they were by Mr. Jordan, had become as prevalent as he desired. As for Terman Middle School, the fact that it was renamed to honor both Louis and Frederick Terman is confusing and confounding. In 2001, had the 3rd middle school been named Frederick E. Terman Middle School, it is not likely that the name change would have even been considered at this time, given Frederick Terman's contributions. His father, Louis, however, made significant contributions to the eugenics movement, again advocating for sterilization of the quote-unquote feeble-minded. Names and symbols matter. The southern states no longer fly the Confederate flag over their capitals for good reason. And most recently, Yale University renamed Calhoun College, which had a much longer history than David Starr Jordan Middle School because it was a fundamental conflict with the underlying principles of Yale University, just as these eugenics views are in opposition to our goals, mission, and values. We have been chided with being politically correct. I don't know about if it's political. In fact, I don't think it is, but I have no doubt it is a correct decision to align the names of our school with our mission, vision, and goals. As we were recently reminded, and I quote Dr. King, "The time is all is ripe to do right." These words were part of his last Sunday sermon at the National Cathedral in 1968, 4 days before he was assassinated. I need 30 seconds and 30 seconds. Sorry. I believe the second rationale is my belief in our community in a group of dedicated representative citizens, teachers, and students to recommend new names that will receive broad-based support. I don't know what these new names will be. Maybe it will be Barbara Jordan or Frederick Terman. Maybe it will be contemporaries of David Starr Jordan, such as Richard Greener, Clifton Wharton, and Garrett Morgan, some of the names we heard about the other day. But I have no doubt that this community has the intelligence, creativity, and innovation to come up with names that are closely aligned with our mission, vision, and goals. The third rationale is that we are not erasing history, we are facing it. We are facing it by including units of study in our secondary curriculum as recommended. Let's use this as a teachable moment. Let's learn about the foundation for biomedical ethics and research on human subjects, which is so relevant to our students today. To close, RSAC noted that the minimal cost would be around $50,000, not the $200,000 figure being bandied about in emails. I would recommend we use funds from our $6 million reserve that was set aside for new schools, because with declining enrollment, we will not be needing new schools in the foreseeable future. Operational costs will not involve much more than staff time for cosmetic work. And finally, to our honored alumni, when a new advisory committee advances new names, I trust that whatever names they are, that you will weigh in on these, that you will voice your opinion, voice your thoughts, but that whatever names are chosen, these will not diminish the experience and educations you had at our fine middle schools. They will not in any way diminish the friends you made and the memories you so deeply cherish. Thank you all again to all who have weighed in on this issue and who are eager to participate tonight. I look forward to hearing your comments in the board discussion and a later vote on the recommendations as presented above. Thank you. 7 minutes, sorry. That's as fast as I could go.
Thank you, Dr. McGee. Mr. Tyeri, I'm going to check in with you first in case you have to leave. Do you have questions or comments before we take the community comments? Okay, great. We have 49 cards. So, Mr. Dauer, if you can get your timing finger ready. As I mentioned, we're going to take our students first. We have 4 students. Shauna, and Shauna, if you would introduce yourself, that would be great. I'm struggling with your last name. Skylar Hedblum's next, Kobe Johnson, and then Naima Castaneda Isaac.
Okay, so I'm a 7th grade student at Terman Middle School, and my name is Shauna Ebram Nijad. I am pro for changing the name of the 2 middle schools, especially Terman, because while I understand that some people, they changed the Lewis part to Frederick, you still have that name Terman, which stays the same. There have been many great thinkers in history who, starting school, they didn't make that good grades. They either learned to read slow or their teachers claimed them feeble-minded. And if a Lewis or a Jordan existed back then, what would happen to them? So I think that I'm really strongly against Terman and Jordan as a name because of what the 2 men did. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Skylar Hedblum, Kobe Johnson.
Hi, my name is Skylar Hedblum. I attend Terman Middle School. And I don't really care if these men had other great aspects that mean we should put their names on the schools. So Hitler supported energy, loved animals, was environmentalist, and supported family values. We don't name middle schools after Hitler. And if Hitler had a son, would you name it Hitler Junior Middle School? Or, as some are proposing with Frederick Terman, just keep the last name, Hitler Middle School. But it's named after the son, it's not named after Hitler. It's still the name. And also, if Frederick Terman was such a great guy, he never apologized for his father. If my dad had unwillingly sterilized 60,000 people, I'd apologize as fast as I could. I'm in my last year at Terman Middle School. I've had so many lessons about how not to be a bystander. That is exactly what Frederick was. He was a bystander to what his father did. In English, we had an option to write an argumentative essay about should we rename the schools. I worked with 3 other students. As far as I know, all 4 of them chose to rename Terman Middle School. That's a 100% total. We students care. As a student who cares, as a student who is ashamed to have attended a school named after such men, I implore you, please change the names.
Thank you. Kobe Johnson, Naima Castaneda Isaac.
Hi, my name's Kobe Johnson, although I'm pretty sure that you guys know that already.
Well, you know, around 2 years ago, I was in my English class and we were assigned a project. I honestly had no idea what to pick. I still have trouble deciding on what topics to do, and I chose the name of our middle school because I honestly didn't know much about it. And I honestly still can't believe how much of a journey I've taken from there. If I went back in time and told myself that in 7th grade, that it would become an issue that would divide the community, that would basically blow up all my foundings of the school system and everything, I wouldn't believe it for a second. Yet here we are. I mean, my project had such a lasting impact on so many people, most of all my parents, and it's really just astounding that we're still talking about this. I mean, it's pretty obvious that these people are bad people, that what they did wasn't right. I mean, I'm pretty sure if you agreed that if you were forcibly sterilized by anybody, you wouldn't like that. You wouldn't like that at all, and you wouldn't want something as commemorative as a school to be renamed after this. And the fact that we're still talking about this is really surprising. I just don't see what the opposition really is. I mean, there's no reason not to rename the schools. I mean, it's our value. We can't not support our values. We can't just support our values when it's only convenient or so. We need to support them at all times. We need to be a champion of our values to show that we really care about our community. I mean, I don't know. I might have been labeled feeble-minded as a kid if Jordan were still around, if Terman were still around, probably be forced to take an IQ test. Who knows? I might have even been sterilized. And I don't want to go to a school. I don't want to say that I was from a school that was named after somebody like this. Thank you.
Thank you. Naima Castaneda Isaac. Katie Talbot. Dennis Williamson.
Hi, I'm Naima Castaneda Isaac. I go to Palo Alto High School right here. Right now I'm a junior and I am the president of the BSU, which is Black Student Union, which tries to promote kind of a stronger community at Pali. And I'm also the vice president of Magical Bridge Club. And if you guys don't know what Magical Bridge is, it's an all-inclusive playground that's like really new in Palo Alto. And so what we have tried to do is bring those values of kindness and inclusivity back to Pali. And so obviously, one of my strong values is kindness and inclusivity. And what these names bring to our children, what they kind of show to our children that are going to these schools, is that it doesn't matter if someone wasn't kind or inclusive, because that's the name of the school. I think that it's really important that we like try to spread kindness and inclusivity, because that's what harbors good people throughout the world. And I think that it's important that we don't get stuck between what's best for the community and what is easy to do. I think, as Kobe said, we have to stick to our values, and our values should be kindness and inclusivity. If you're gonna say like, oh, I don't like being kind and inclusive, like who would say that? And so I think we all want to be kind and inclusive. So I think this is one of the first ways that we can actually do this. So yeah, I am definitely for changing the schools. And we were talking about this, my family and I I was just thinking, like, I don't know, maybe I wouldn't be born if these men were still alive and perpetrating the ideas that they thought were so important. And we were also talking about like other schools, other new schools who had like really awesome, cool names that were named after awesome people, like Sonia Sotomayor. Like in Los Angeles, there's a new school named after her. So yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Katie Talbot. Dennis Williamson. Frederick Chancellor.
Good evening. Thank you so much for having this discussion again. Two-thirds of my paper is gone after the excellent talk by Dr. McGee and by the excellent comments of the students, which were just outstanding and inspiring. I will cut it down to Palo Alto Unified has an incredible opportunity to examine history and learn from it, not to rewrite it. And so I think this is an incredible opportunity to to find a new name that while fully examining the history. Also, there's a tremendous opportunity to ask the students, or to remind the students to ask themselves, what are they going to think of me in 100 years? How am I ignoring my own values out of convenience? Just because it's the popular thing to do, because everybody else is doing it, what am I doing wrong? So, and that is what I've been thinking about this week, and as a result, I rode my bike down here for this meeting. So anyway, thank you.
Katie.
Thank you.
Hi, guys. I'll go really fast. Thanks for your time. I want to call attention to the fact that it was Hispanics. They were the main victims of the California eugenics movement. That's my connection through my wife. And I hope if you issue a statement that it focuses on that. I think it's important that we highlight that. Secondly, this week, there was a development from the RSAC that found that Fred Terman was not actually in the Eugenics Society. We also had a clarifying email sent out from Pierre Angeli to the Terman parents, explaining the renaming process. And this is important because almost everybody I've talked to is confused about it. As I mentioned before, that included some of the PTA executive board members. I went to the board meeting, everybody was very nice, but some of even them, they didn't really understand exactly what was going on. It sounds like, people have started to respond to the Frederick thing here. I'm sure you're gonna hear a lot of people saying I'm against him. Is there a consensus among the Terman community that Frederick should be removed? I don't think we can say that. People just haven't gotten the information out there. The RSAC report shows the values that we look for in a namesake are integrity, significant contribution to society, innovation, inclusiveness, academic excellence, strong advocate for inquiry through science. I mean, it's like a bullet point summary of his life. Even the inclusiveness, if you really objectively look at the evidence that was presented by the RSAC and by Ben Lanai. So, this is an emotional issue for people. There's strongly worded things being thrown about. I understand the arguments for dropping Frederick's name. I would hope that everybody else understands the dangers that we judge somebody by their last name. I would encourage moderation and caution here. We haven't had a fair process regarding the name Frederick Terman Middle School with the full set of facts on the table. And whatever the results of the vote tonight, I would encourage you to please give this a shot going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Frederick Chancellor, Lorraine Parker, Stan Hutchings.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. I'm here because my wife and I live in Palo Alto because of Palo Alto Unified School District. We moved here in 1972 when I was recruited from the Ohio State University, where I was finishing my PhD, to work for Mountain View Los Altos as the Director of Pupil Personnel and Personnel. Our sons were 5 and 3. And in 1977, they were joined by a sister. All of our children went to the Palo Alto schools. They all graduated from Pali High and then went off to college. Not everything was perfect here. And that's what got me started thinking about this eugenics thing. Our 2 sons had very unfortunate incidents, and they overcame them. The incidents were based on their being black. For example, neither one of them were admitted into the mentally gifted minors program, even though they were tested without our permission or knowledge, and they had scores and IQs of above 140. My IQ is not 140. I don't know how many people have an IQ that high, but they were not admitted into the mentally gifted minors program. My younger son went through being called a coon by his teacher over at Jordan. When I met with the principal, he had all kinds of excuses, but never offered an apology. Our older son was verbally abused by a teacher to the point that one of his classmates went home crying to tell his mother how our son is being treated. That's how we found out about it. As I said, we believe in the importance of school. How can students go to a school when the board has the opportunity to change its name of a person who would not even care if they were allowed to live and think they're going to be welcome there?
Thank you, Mr. Chancellor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Lorraine Parker, Stan Hutchings, Carrie Hodge. Pull it all the way down. It's very flexible. All the way down to your mouth.
There you go.
Perfect.
My name is Lorraine Amirian Parker. I grew up here, went through Crescent Park, Green Gables, Jordan, and Pally. And I think we are all good people, but I think even all of us now act in ways that in 50 years people are going to criticize. We all are used to words like destroyer and bomber that make no sense, that do not necessarily reflect our values. We cheer for raiders, we cheer for Vikings, we cheer for warriors, and we cheer for Spartans, and everyone knows how the Spartans treated those whom they considered less than ideal. But none of us are perfect. Martin Luther King, who was a very good man, was known to be a womanizer, yet we have named our City Hall Plaza after him. He was a good man, but he had faults. We all have faults. Steve Jobs, who was hailed at his death as the second coming, had many faults, which no one talks about now. Right now, Nikola Tesla was also in favor of the eugenics movement because these were things that educated people felt strongly about at the time he lived. Now, we probably feel strongly about things that other people will criticize in 50, 100 years. But I think we have to realize that all of us are imperfect people, and we should take this opportunity, rather than erasing the past, rather than taking Huckleberry Finn and censoring all the words we think are inappropriate, we should take this opportunity to teach our children about how Jordan was a good man who had some very bad ideas, as did many other people in his time. Terman, I don't know enough about him to comment on, but so I think we should also remember that there are two sides to everything.
Thank you. Stan Hutchings, Carrie Hodge, Adriana Flores.
Hi, I'm Stan Hutchings. My background is aeronautical engineer and rocket scientist. I am a scientist, so is Jordan, so was Terman. They are being excoriated for the scientific beliefs that they had at the time, and it was science. There have been accusations that it was not science, but what they believed fits the definition of science. Now, if you want to talk about beliefs, take a look at Walter Hayes. Now, there is a Presbyterian minister who believes in all kinds of things that science has clearly disproved. Look at the Ohlone tribe. Do we want our kids to emulate them? No. Now, you say Terman is a bad name. How about Nixon? And by the way, Hoover was also on the eugenicist side. But my main objections is that I believe the money that would be spent changing the school name could be much better spent on some of the programs that were put up tonight that are going to be sacrificed. Resources, which are limited. I know we have a $3 million deficit, and now you're going to add the expense of changing names, at least 2. Now, there's a law of unintended consequences. You can't do just one thing. Change a school name, there are ripples. It's the butterfly effect, right? A butterfly flapping its wings in Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Carrie Hodge, Adriana Flores, Erwin Morton.
Good evening, Palo Alto School Board and everyone here. My name is Carrie Hodge. I came to Palo Alto in 1966 and entered the 3rd grade in Crescent Park. attended Jordan, and then moved and went to Gunn. I have many fond memories, and it holds many special places in my heart. So I am here tonight to, out of my heart, to just kind of let you know where an alumni comes from. It's kind of like losing a baby to take away the name. I have so many fond memories. I just kind of couldn't believe it. I caught wind of this last week, so I'm really sorry I wasn't here all year to come in and give my opinion. But anyway, the point is, one thing I read that you sent me, I've been emailing you, and thank you for your responses. It was in section 6.3 of the board's research stating support of continuity and connection in the community, which is important to the schools. So I wanted to point that out. And apparently Milton Reynolds quotes, facing history and ourselves. The historical events shape today's society. Why not embrace and try and understand the past in order to understand what shapes the present? Are we repeating history now by blacklisting these two men for being interested in ideas of their time? Take, for example, Kobe, who studied this. He may be as smart and talented as one of them were. I researched Jordan beside what else he did. Not only was he a peace activist, he was director of World Peace Foundation, he was president of World Peace Congress, he was selected to be first president of Stanford, a forever optimist, and 30 fish are named after him. For those kids in school today, could they do that?
Thank you. Adriana Flores, Erwin Morton, Catherine Ying.
Thank you. I just want you to think about what words come to mind when I mention the following people, and I have very strong feelings about this. Iowa Representative Steve King or Steve Bannon. Drummond and Jordan should evoke the same feelings. These people profess superiority over other races. Our schools should be renamed because we owe it to our children. We just finished a very fruitful discussion about the equity plan, focusing on closing the achievement gap in our community. Let's work on fighting unconscious bias and rename our schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Erwin Morton, Catherine Ying, Xiaomin Yun.
Where's the button? Oh, there. Hi. Hi, my name's Erwin Morton. I'm a former parent at Duveneck, Jordan, and Pally. Duveneck was a school that had recently been renamed when we were there. This seems to be a contest between values, today's values, and tradition. But what I'm seeing in other parts of the country is people getting rid of certain traditions, important traditions, like symbols of the Confederacy. I don't see very much difference. I support changing the names of Jordan and Terman. And I want to say that I've just spent 2 days in Sacramento at the state PTA legislation conference. By the way, I'm not speaking for PTA, but one of the speakers we heard in this big parade of speakers was a man from the Department of Education talking about school climate and presenting evidence of how strongly school climate can affect academic performance. The school climate may look fine to me, but it may not look fine to someone who, like certain other speakers, would feel that he might have been sterilized or otherwise injured by the people, those people that his school is named after. I'd like to add that perception can be as important as the underlying reality. As the superintendent said, symbols matter. Symbolism is important. I do not understand how a student can feel included at a school that's named after a man who would have classified that student as an unworthy or inferior being. So again, I support the proposal. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Catherine Ying, Xiaomin Yun, Bob Smith.
Hi, my name is Catherine Ying. I'm not sure if I'm the next one, but I just go ahead. So I have an 8th grade. I have 2 daughters, one 8th grader in Jordan and one first grader in Duveneck. So I'm here for the renaming issue, but the last time I was here to request a school bus support to support the long-distance field trips. And that was approved by the board, and thank you. But that program, which lasted for 2 years, will be cut in the coming year due to the budget issue. So I wish that program could be preserved, but I understand that it's not an urgent or not an essential service. So similar to the renaming, I fully support the renaming, but I am not sure about the timing. I fully support the renaming if the school district has a surplus. But right now we are in a deep crisis, the budget shortfall. So in order for us to use the school fund for the most needed places, I proposed that we use different fund for this for the renaming effort. So either we execute the renaming when at a later time when the school district has a surplus, or we can start a separate fundraising and do not touch the existing school fund. We start a separate fundraising process so that with that, I will be more than happy to donate. So that's my status. Okay. Thank you.
Xiaomin Yoon, Bob Smith.
She's going to let us have her time to read Nilmini Rubin's letter.
I'm sorry, I get to pick what order we go in.
You don't want
Thank
to
you.
listen to Nilmini's letter?
You sent it to us already? It's been sent to us already.
Nilmini sent, but I don't know if everybody, Nilmini was a victim, her mother was sterilized.
Excuse me,
after she
Miss
was born
White.
In 1972. You guys want to hear the letter?
Excuse me?
Yes, valedictorian of gun. I was
Excuse
in
me?
7th grade. I met her in 8th grade. She told me the story in 8th grade.
You know what?
Do you not?
You know what?
Do you not want to hear this?
We have plenty of community members we would like to hear. I would appreciate if you would let me take our speakers in the order in which we'd like to take them. I appreciate that this is important.
Works. You're allowed to switch. I'm on a board. I know how it
I am allowed to switch, but I'm not going to. Please sit down. Do not step in front of this woman who is up here to speak.
I'm so sorry, Max McGee. I'm so sorry that you're facing this. And I voted
Thank
for you,
you.
Ken Dauber.
Thank you. So I have you in my queue while the letter, which we have seen, is important.
Nobody here has heard it. It's very important. It is the point. Do you not understand? It is the
So we need to be able to keep order, though, in a public meeting, which is what the president is trying to do.
We will get to you.
I know you guys want to end at 10. I get it. I already explained
Thank you.
the situation to
Thank you. Thank you. I don't know who you think the moderator is, but it's me. Thank you. Please.
Okay, my name is Xiaoming, and I'm the parent of a student who is in Terman Middle School. And the reason I'm here, I really appreciate you all spend time to try to even promote the school's name or those kind of things. But as a parent, I'm more interested in how do we improve our schools' facilities for children's education, and how do we improve the education for our children. Regarding the name, I would like to think about might not be the highest priority. I would like to more interested in learning more higher priorities to improve our children's education, to make our children stronger, better, and more successful. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bob Smith?
Thank you. I'm here to speak in favor of continuing the honor to Frederick Terman. I did not know Fred Terman myself, but I've known many people who knew him quite well. And I must say, he got more resounding positive comments about his work at Stanford and in Silicon Valley than anybody I knew in Stanford or Palo Alto. He just simply was off the charts in terms of what he could do and what he did do, and is often the person called the father of Silicon Valley. I was always very pleased that the school was named in part after him. Your committee seems to realize that Fred Terman was never involved in eugenics in any way or in any other questionable activity that I've heard of. The argument for dishonoring Fred appears to be based on confusion and consternation that just his name would generate. I believe your committee is mistrusting and disrespecting Fred because of his father, and I think that's a eugenicist position. Why? Because eugenicists believed that offspring were very much like their fathers or their parents, and I think that people are believing that Fred is just like Lewis. If we look tonight at your 5 guidelines for equity, the first one was eliminate bias and discrimination. And it seems to me bias is going on here very heavily, that we're biased against Fred Terman because it's the son of this eugenicist person. I ask the board to put aside the age-old argument that the inequities of the fathers shall be visited upon the sons. It's time to view individuals as people. And I think it's also time for you to ask yourselves what you will say in coming years. This is going to be part of history. What are you going to say in coming years when people ask why you threw those people off of the names, and especially Fred Terman?
Thank you.
Thank you, Bob.
Okay, colleagues, it's 9:30. We still have 33 cards, so that's more than an hour's worth. And I want to make sure we have time to ask our questions. So I'm looking for your input on if you want to take some more cards and then do your questions and comments, if you want to extend the meeting. What do you think?
I think the community came to speak, and it's really important that we resolve this issue tonight.
Okay.
So I don't know if that means 1-minute comments. I don't know if that means, I don't know what that means, but I think it's important that we have this conversation now. These people came out to have it.
So, okay, any other input?
I would agree with that.
All right. Mr. Collins and Mr. Dauer, do you, and also I'd like input if you want to take a breather here to ask questions and comments and then go back to comment, is it community comment, or if you'd rather roll through the community comments?
I do think that it's important to hear from the community. I think there's some urgency around that. So I would like to give everybody a chance to speak. I would like the community to consider the length of your comments and to decide whether you have a contribution that needs to be heard and whether you can shorten your comments just for the sake of the meeting and for our ability to to make a good decision and have a good deliberation. But I'm certainly willing to go forward.
Okay, Mr. Collins, what do you think?
I too would like to hear the comments of the community. I do think, per our conversation this morning, that it is in our bylaws that we should finish by 10 o'clock, and we don't do our best work after that. If we're going to hear community comment, I think by definition we want to try to incorporate it into our thinking. And so I think it's difficult if we're going to run till after 10 o'clock to do that effectively and then have a discussion and a vote that incorporates all the comments that we're going to hear. So I guess what I'd suggest, and I'm open to other suggestion for this, is that if we should take the community comment because the community is here and wants to comment, but then continue the meeting to another time to deliberate and vote, because otherwise we'll be doing what we said this morning we really didn't want to do, which is deliberate and vote after 10 o'clock.
Okay, so there's a suggestion for, so would you suggest in that case ending after our 33 comments and then continuing so we can do our discussion and vote in a continuation meeting? Is that what you're suggesting?
I guess. I mean, it's a lot of comments. I didn't calculate how long. It's already after 9:30.
66
so
minutes.
I can't calculate the time anymore.
66 minutes, yeah.
Yeah, so it would be till after 10:30.
It would take us to 10:40, yeah.
Yeah, so I think, yes, I think we're all inclined to take the comments because the people are here and ready to comment. And I suggest then that we simply continue the meeting and deliberate and vote at a future time to be agreed to.
So what do my other colleagues think?
I think we need to resolve this issue this evening. I agree that it's getting late, but people have been here for hours, and I think they don't just want to speak. I think they want to hear what we think.
How about this as a suggestion? How about if we reiterate Mr. Dauber's comments about editing yourself if you can, particularly if you've spoken before. Maybe we extend the meeting to 10:45, and we get to 10:45, and if we have energy left to discuss it, we'll discuss it. If not, we will continue the meeting. Does that seem okay?
I think that's fine. I think if we continue the meeting, however, we need to think about the fact that when we open it up for the continuation, we may have additional speakers.
We don't need to take additional speakers at a continuation meeting. At that point, we will have heard hundreds of comments.
So I just think we have to make that very clear.
Okay, so yes, that's true. A continuation meeting does not necessarily include more public comment. So what do you guys think?
Well, I think we can make this decision later, and I think it's always better to decide later if
You
you
mean
can.
but
In other words, whether to continue or not.
yes, right. So can we
yeah.
get a motion to extend the meeting to 10:45?
Well, I just want to make clear, I think I'm flagging now after our 8 o'clock session this morning and what I did before then. So I think it's very unlikely that I will be in a good position to continue after 10:45. So
Okay.
just heads up.
Okay.
I'm just suggesting that we wait and see what time
Okay.
it is. And, yeah.
So I move we extend the meeting to 10:45.
I second.
All in favor? Aye. Anybody opposed? Okay, so let's go back to public comment. I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to read 3 in a row, and then so you can line up so we can sort of cycle through. Li Yan, Jik Shu, J.K. Dombrowski.
Can you hear me?
Pull it down.
Yeah, pull it down
just-
in front
it
of your
moves.
face. There
Yeah,
you go.
there you go.
Perfect.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. So I'm a parent in the Jordan Middle School, and I'm also the PIE representative in Jordan. So for many years, I not only, campaign for parents, my fellow parents to donate to school, and I'm also the member of the PIE leadership circle. So I think for recent years, many parents send their kids to private school or move to different school districts like Los Gatos, because they think, Palo Alto Unified District has decreased, quality of the education because, we are short of funding, the teacher don't have enough training because, less people donate. So I don't know the funding reason, but I think, now in order to encourage the parents to donate, we should show our focus on the priority in education, how to improve the education, academic, and the training of the teacher. I know the renaming, is very sensitive to many community peoples. But I think, as another lady mentioned, she went to Jordan for many years. The name itself has a connection to her. So we are a community. We want the connection from the people. So I think, when you think about rename the Jordan, maybe instead of David Jordan, we can name it Mike Jordan. So we can still keep Jordan, the name there. Yeah. And also, I like the idea from Catherine, instead to using the school funding, no matter I know it's not a funding from PIE, but it's a funding of the capital or whatever the funding. My son has been complaining that the restroom in Jordan is horrible. It's so dirty. I think maybe we can spend money to improve the quality of the student's life. And maybe we can, start a campaign to raise some money for the renaming, private money rather than school funding.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jik Shu, Kay Dombrowski, Rebecca Olson-White.
Hi, good evening. My name is Jie Xu, and I'm the parent of a 7th grader in JLS. So I'm not against to changing the name, but I don't think this is a good time to change changing the name because PAUSD will spend over $200K to rename the 2 middle schools name, and right now we are facing the short of money. And we have to cut some programs and positions in school levels. So I don't think this is a good time, but I strongly suggest to either get funding either from city or we can get the funding from community donations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Kay Dombrowski, Rebecca Olson-White, Amanda Brown.
Hello. I'm Kay Domkowski. I'm a parent in the district, and I support the renaming of both Jordan and Terman. I'm actually here to read a letter written by Palo Alto alumni Nailmini Rubin. She is currently Director of Government Relations at the Information Technology Industry Council and is a co-founder of End Forced Sterilization. She's served at the U.S. Senate Foreign Relations Committee, the White House National Security Council, the U.S. Treasury Department, and the Federal Reserve Bank of New York. She grew up here in Palo Alto, attending both JLS and graduating from Gunn. She has written this letter to the board in support of renaming the schools, and these are her words. For me, the pain of eugenics is intensely personal. Moments after I was born in Washington State in 1972, my mother was sterilized against her will. The doctor told her that there are too many colored babies already. Exhausted from labor, my mom was wheeled into the operating room while too weak to resist being put under anesthesia and forcibly sterilized. My parents never reported the crime against my mother. They never sued the physician. Since they were here on visas from Sri Lanka and not yet U.S. citizens, they also feared being deported. And I think my late dad was ashamed that such a thing had happened to his wife. That's the thing about people who are hurt by eugenicists. We're often too dead, too unborn, too disenfranchised, or too ashamed to speak up for ourselves. More victims will likely come forward as we start to feel that the wider community shares our disgust with eugenics. According to historians, more than 63,000 people were forcibly sterilized under eugenics-inspired official state programs in the U.S. between 1907 and 1980. Roughly 1/3 of those victims were in California. My mom was among the uncounted others who were coercively sterilized by overzealous private doctors acting on their own. A movie will be released on PBS next week detailing uncounted forced sterilizations in Los Angeles. The rest of her letter will be continued by the next speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Rebecca Olson-White, Amanda Brown, David Hilbert.
I have a son at Escondido Elementary in the Spanish immersion program, and he'll be joining the Jordan team in 2018. So he's a year and a half out. I'm a graduate of Bing Nursery School, Escondido Elementary School. I did 7th grade at Jordan, and then Jordan was closed because there weren't enough students in the district. Wilbur was renamed to JLS, and we all joined together in the 8th grade class, and I met Nilmani Gudaratni, now Nilmani Rubin. I'm going to finish the letter that she wrote because I think it's very important. I'm strongly in favor of changing the names. I am an alumni. My whole family is alumni. I live in Palo Alto. I'm a member of the PIE Leadership Circle. All those things, and I still want to change the name. Nilmani, as a 7th grader at Wilbur Middle School in 1984, I served as a student representative to the naming committee for middle school that combined Wilbur and Jordan middle schools. We came up with the name Jane Lathrop Stanford Middle School. It's important to remember that back then there was no group advocating for retention of the Jordan name. Imagine that. An instructive solution would be to change the names of the middle schools and add a plaque acknowledging the previous names of the schools, why they were initially named after those people, and why the names were ultimately changed. Honoring people and remembering them are two different things. We need to name schools after the people we honor and want children to aspire to be like. We need to remember the people who have shaped history in a good way. Eugenicists didn't just shape history, my history for the worst. They had a lasting harmful impact on countless people. Both David Jordan and Louis Terman were members of the Pasadena-based Human Betterment Foundation that promoted compulsory sterilization legislation across the United States. Many more were victimized by the Nazis who relied on American eugenics research. The Nazis even cited U.S. precedents at the Nuremberg trials. This is not a battle between old and new Palo Alto. And I can speak to this. I'm old and I'm new, and I loved it then, and I love it now. This is a righting of a very old wrong, a wrong that should have been addressed but was ignored for years. I hope the PAUSD board will unanimously vote to rename Jordan and Terman. Thank you, Nilmani Rubin.
Thank you. Amanda Brown, David Hilbert, Mema Raphael.
Hi, good evening. My name is Amanda Brown, and I have served as a member of the Renaming Schools Advisory Committee. I was born and raised in Palo Alto and currently live here with my fiance. My family has attended PAUSD schools for 3 generations on my dad's side. I volunteered for the committee because I intend to live in and raise my eventual family here, attending PAUSD schools. While I did not attend Jordan or Terman, I can honestly say that all Palo Alto schools are part of the greater community and affect every person living here, student or not. I joined the committee with an open mind. I wanted to learn as much as I could about the issue at hand and make an informed decision as a lifelong community member. If anything, I swayed slightly towards retaining the names to preserve the history and sense of place that they create in a long-established community. The more I understood about the history of eugenics and the conclusive connection between it and the founders of Jordan and Terman, the more I realized we cannot ignore these facts. The names do not align with the mission of the school district, nor the mission of the city in which the schools are located. Our community should be one that is inclusive. In this process, I was reminded of my grandmother on my mom's side, who immigrated here from Mexico. When she began living here, she was so poorly treated that she began to disassociate with her Mexican heritage, and to this day, she has not recognized herself as Mexican. Cultural disassociation can be a reality if we do not do everything in our power to protect and celebrate the diversity in our schools. I do not want the attitudes of others to negatively impact the future of any children. I want everyone to understand that the committee conducted extensive research on all schools in Palo Alto to come to this conclusion, and each avenue was thoroughly researched. I understand the issues around implementing the recommendation we have put forth, with particular mention of the budget. I understand that the district may wait until there is room in the budget to implement the recommendation. What I cannot understand is not voting for the recommendation that sends a message of inclusivity and safety to everyone in the community.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
David Hilbert, Naima Raphael, Nadia Nayak.
Hi there. My name is David Hilbert. I'm going to try to keep myself just to comments I think weren't said already. So I think, a lot of us believe that we need safe and welcoming schools for the kids who are attending now and who will be attending in the future. I think this is the most important thing. And unless I'm mistaken, I don't think I heard one child come up here and defend keeping either of those names. Okay. Second, I've heard a lot of talk about Frederick Terman, and I just want to say that the school Terman has been named after the eugenicist father for 60 some odd years. I am strongly in favor of changing that name as a strong signal that we are inclusive and we believe in equity. And I don't think this says anything negative about Frederick Terman. He sounds like a completely awesome guy to me. Changing the name is not about him, it's about the father. That's what it's about to me. And I think keeping the name will be seen as a half measure in the future. It will also be seen as possibly an easy way out. And my last comment is, to get a little bit dramatic, this is a test of our moral courage. The children of Palo Alto are watching. And history is not going to judge us kindly if we fail to take clear and unequivocal action. Given our newfound understanding of the harmful impact of Jordan and Terman on our community, state, and nation, as a result of their promulgation of the eugenics movement, not because they had ideas about eugenics, but because they led eugenics being applied to people and did great violence to many, many people of different races and different socioeconomic backgrounds than most of us in Palo Alto. And I'll make one other uncomfortable comment. I have not seen one person from those groups come up here and defend keeping those names either. So even though you're well-meaning about keeping Frederick's name, put yourself in the shoes of people who were targeted by the eugenicist, please. I urge the board to unanimously vote to rename both schools completely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Naima Raphael, Nadia Nayak, Beth May.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for being able to appreciate all the comments that are coming towards you and to think of them with fidelity and to make sure that the district does the right thing for our kids. I moved here from a different state, and we chose Palo Alto School District because we know that the academics here are great, but also the social aspect that surrounds the school and the community is key. I think that a school cannot exist on its own. I think that when you have a school, it's just a structure. I think what makes a school, a great school, is the community that surrounds it and supports it. If kids in the district feel that they're not being supported with names like Terman and Jordan as a representative of an experience that they're going to go through, I think that we should take that into consideration and know that we may not be able to be in their shoes and have their experience, but if we have the empathy to think of what they're going through, and even in terms of the equity program or the equity plan that we're trying to implement, without the proper foundation, without the proper support system in place, and having the foresight to think that kids deserve to be looked at in a wholesome manner, not just the academic part of the school. I know a lot of people said academics is a priority, but you can't have a gap and feel that everyone is achieving equally. You know, the whole district suffers when there's an achievement gap. And in order to help our kids know that they're valued, that everyone is included in our foresight for the district going forward, in our plan to have everyone succeed, we have to embrace everyone. And if it takes renaming the schools, if it takes to show that those kids, especially in the climate that we're currently in the United States, where kids of color feel totally isolated, I think this will impact them positively for years to come.
Thank you. Nadia? Beth May, Jessica Resmini.
Sorry, you said Nadia, right? Nadia?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. It's close to Claudia. There's a couple more of those. I'll keep it short. I'm in favor of changing the names for the schools. I just wanted to say that if you're going to teach eugenics, and I'm assuming that you will teach eugenics because if you won't, the internet will, right? You can't unknow what you know. You can't have these kids pretend that, oh, it's Hitler Elementary, but not that Hitler. I mean, that is what these kids will have present in their minds. I know that they don't have the same name recognition, but when you go and read that this was the roots of Nazism, that they literally consulted the eugenics way of sterilizing as the model for Nazi Germany, that's not what these alumni think of when they think of Jordan. But we are building these kids' experience right now. And in this climate of, you know, post-election and hatred and whatever, this is our chance to impact those kids. So we owe it to these children. Thank you.
Thank you. Beth May, Jessica Resmini, Fong May.
Hey, my name is Fong May.
Fong, actually, Beth May and Jessica Resmini are in front of you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all right. No worries.
Not me. I am a product of Palo Alto schools. I went to Green Gables. It changed its name to Duveneck. I went to Jordan and then moved across town to JLS, and I graduated from Pali. I lived through name changes. I don't look back on these schools with anything other than appreciation, but it certainly do not look back at Jordan and think it changed my life because of its name. As public schools providing a rich educational experience for all our students, our schools should not honor individuals who do not value all lives. Rename the schools.
Thank you. Jessica Resmini, Fong May, Lily Wu. Jessica, okay.
I'm sorry. Oh, it's still.
Okay.
I'm sorry. With so many speakers before me, I don't really have much to say, but I'm here. I am against the renaming of the school. I just want to share a conversation I had with my son, who is a 7th grade at JOS. He had no clue what's going on with the renaming thing. He had no clue. I just asked him, do you know who JOS is? He said, yeah, she was the mother of the boy for whom the Stanford University was founded for. I said, we honor her because of what she contributed to the community. We named the school after her, right? But what if we find that JOS did something wrong when she was alive? Should we rename JOS? My son said, no, why? Everybody makes mistakes. So I totally agree with one of the speakers before me, say we should take this opportunity for education, not to erase the history. Thank you.
Thank you. Jessica Resmini, Lily Wu, Lina Zhang.
So my name is Jessica Resmini, and thank you for considering this topic. I echo many of the speakers that have shared their thoughts tonight, and I am in support of renaming Jordan Middle School. I have 2 children at Ohlone Elementary who will go to Jordan in the next 2 years, and while educating myself on this topic, I came across something David Starr Jordan wrote as the U.S. was about to annex the Philippines. This struck a chord with me because my children are half Filipino. And it's almost too terrible to read aloud, but I'm going to share it for general education. So he wrote, there is no objection to national expansion, but colonies are not national expansion. Slaves are not men. Wherever degenerate, dependent, or alien races are within our borders today, they are not part of the United States. They constitute a social problem, a menace to peace and welfare. So my children are half Filipino, and it really troubles me that the middle school they will attend, Jordan Middle School, is named after someone who referred to their ancestors as slaves. Learning cannot happen without the basic needs of safety and inclusion, and these basic needs are in fact priceless. I believe we have to be agents for change and set the example for our children. As somebody said, this is a test of our moral courage. So, thank you.
Thank you. Lily Wu, Lina Zhang, Bertil Chapuis.
Hi, my name is Lily, and thank you for, oh, sorry. Hello. Yeah, my name is Lily, and I'm a mom of Jordan students. I thank you for the effort of spending time on this matter and energy on this matter. I support renaming the school, but I question the timing. There are so many great programs the school district want to have, and the priority of the programs, I feel sometimes are higher than the renaming of the school, renaming of the school. For example, a very, very small case that I want to ask is, I have been to every single field trip because I need to be the driver. And while I really enjoy spending time with them, I still and watch them and make sure they don't run around. But I do have to take time from work, and I do have to have it disrupts like the work-life balance. And there's also a lot of parents that do not sign up until the last minute after the school. Teachers repeatedly send emails say, please, let's have more drivers, otherwise the school, this field trip will be canceled. So the teacher is spending a lot of time arranging it. The parents have to spend a lot of time on it. But I understand right now the school district doesn't have the funding for it. So that's why I volunteer my time and for the school field trip. But now I'm questioning if the school has the $200K for funding for this program, can it be put into some other uses that directly affect the students' life right now? Lastly, I would like to echo the previous speakers talking about a separate funding for this effort. I would like to donate for that effort as well, but please do not touch the current funding that the kids are already short of. Thank you.
Thank you. Lina Zhang? Lina? Bertil.
Am I next?
I know. Wait, I want to make sure Lina's not here. Lina Zhang?
My son.
Okay, not here. Ms. Munoz, are you?
I'm speaking on behalf of Bertil Chapuis.
Bertil Jr.?
Yes, it'll be in my comments, so.
Okay.
As in my previous one, I am about listening to what others want, and in this case, my son Bertil Chapuis, who's a 15-year-old recent alumni of Jordan. And this is what he said. The school being named after a person that was a eugenist, someone who believes in forcing people of non-desirable traits to not reproduce is unacceptable. Schools should be named after people we can admire, and a name that can give us a daily reminder of what our values are and what we should aspire to be. David Starr Jordan was definitely not someone who I, nor many of my peers, aspired to. No one should be ashamed of the name of their school, and that is exactly what keeping the name of Jordan does.
Thank you. Titi Lou, Randy Isaac, and Tasha Castaneda.
Good evening. I'm a resident of downtown North, and I have two children, one who graduated from Jordan Middle School last year successfully and is at Pali, and I have a current sixth grader at Jordan. I'm also a lawyer and an educator, and I strongly support renaming of the schools, but more importantly, we have before us a recommendation from Dr. McGee, which is very strategic and very wise. And we also have extremely well-researched and well-reasoned recommendations from RSAC. So it is my very strong belief that it is time to move forward. I'm also somewhat a lawyer and educator, so I respect process. I think we've been through a very robust process, a very rich conversation. Now is the time to move forward with renaming. I want to share with you a quote that Martha Minow, who's the dean of Harvard Law School, articulated at the end of a very painful process where they ultimately decided to remove the current Harvard Law School shield because the shield belonged to a family of slave owners. And she said, we cannot choose our history, but we can choose the values that we stand for.
Rondi Isaac, Tasha Castaneda, Leah Rusin. I'm sorry if I've introduced yourself in case I've messed up your name.
Rondi Isaac.
Oh, okay.
Class of 83 Pally, class of 79 Jordan, and I don't know, Addison at some point. I don't remember. First of all, it really bugs me that Martin Luther King and these other people were mentioned in the same way. Some of us consider him one of the greatest Americans of all time. So I'm an alumni. When I come home, when I'm here, I interact with all the other alumni, and the consensus of almost every alumni I come across is the first thing out of their mind is, have you heard? Do you know what's going on? Have you heard? And I'm like, yeah. And they're like, I can't believe it, you know? We come home and it's such a really camaraderie here that we have in the school district in Palo Alto. And many of us are really embarrassed and ashamed that this whole thing has come to light. And that there is sort of controversy about changing the name, you know? And that's it. That's all I got to say. Please change the name.
Thank you. Tasha Castaneda, Leah Russin, John McGuire.
Hi, I'm Tasha Castaneda, and I'm the mom of Naima Castaneda Isaac, and I have been a school teacher and also a scientist. I believe that even scientists need to be held to a moral standard, and when any of our folks don't live up to a moral standard, we get in trouble. So I think it's even more important that we hold scientists to moral standards, because otherwise we get disasters. I also believe that the school is about the children and the future, and we need to set an example for what we as a community believe in going forward, and set the example that we want to set. And I don't want to set an example that says we'll be morally responsible as long as it doesn't cost too much money, which is one thing that I think I'm hearing. I think that that saying it costs too much to set an example for the children is not the right thing to do. So I'm in favor of renaming the schools, and I hope we don't set the example that we only are morally responsible when it doesn't cost us any money. Thanks.
Thank you. Leah Russin, John McGuire, Suzanne Usiskin.
Hi, I'm Leah Russin. I am a mom to a 17-year-old Pally student and a 3-year-old who has not yet started through the system. We teach our students about equity, justice, and equality, and we see that meme of the kid standing in front of the fence. The short one gets put on a box so that he can see over. That's the difference between equality and equity. And then we see another graphic where the fence is removed, and that's justice, so that all the children can see regardless of their size, without any difference in how they are needing to approach the situation. Equality here is that a school exists that is available for all students, but equity is removing a name that forces minorities to question their value and affirms racism daily. Justice is involving minorities in choosing a new name for both schools. Let us honor the profound voices of the students that we heard tonight and the minority community members that we have heard from today. I'd also like to mention the words of Ta-Nehisi Coates. I've been listening to one of his books online, and something stuck with me. He said that when he was a child, fully 1/3 of his brain was occupied dealing with the racial inequities that he faced every day on his way to school. Imagine who he would be today if that 1/3 of his brain had been able to be engaged in school. Imagine, even if it is only 10% of the brain power of our students, our community members, is engaged in trying to quell the voices of racism that they hear around them and the echoes of history as they walk under the name Jordan and Turman every day. We owe it to our students, not just because it's symbolic, but because it has educational value to change the names of the schools. Thank you.
Thank you. John McGuire, Suzanne Usiskin, Al Brooks.
John McGuire. And thank you very much for your work. It's impressive, and everybody in the community is contributing. I'm going to undercut my own point by putting in a preliminary point. In the discussion of the math school books and even subsequent, I think there should be more emphasis on approaches, what can be done to foster and enable student initiative. I understand that it's important to look at student test results. But remember, Verdi was denied admission to a music school because he was not a very good test taker. Now, you know, many great musicians, of course, were. But the point, you get my point, I hope. With respect to Jordan and Terman, my point is I'm not that against eugenics. I think there's good eugenics and bad eugenics, just like there's good socialism and bad socialism and good paternalism and bad paternalism. I think the same thing is true for eugenics. With Jordan especially, and to a lesser extent with Lewis Terman, to me, the issue is not what they believed. If we're going to take the names off things of any white man who lived more than 50 years ago because they had racist beliefs, we're going to be having well, we won't have any more white men names on things. It'll disappear. But the fact that so many people had these racist beliefs doesn't mean that they did things about them. Winston Churchill thought it was fine to use poison gas on barbarians. He didn't actually do it, though. He was defending a general who did. All right, so Jordan, it's not his beliefs that he's being faulted for. It's his actions. It's same things true in crimes. People don't go to prison because they thought what they were doing was right or they thought it was wrong or whatever. They go to prison for what they do. All right, Jordan should be evaluated for what he did. Thank you.
Thank you. Suzanne Usiskin, Al Brooks, Melissa Curvin Brooks.
Hi, my name's Suzanne Usiskin. All three of my kids went to JLS, and I didn't grow up here, so you could say I don't really have a dog in this fight, but I think it's very important that the district show sort of what our values are, and I'm in favor of changing the names of the schools. I just think that you should show to the kids that are there now, to the kids that will be there in the future, how you think about the people that you honor with the names of the schools, how you care about their concerns, and also how you care about and are careful about how we name the schools. And that's about it. I just wanted to say, do a thought experiment. If you had a new school to name, would you even consider David Starr Jordan at this point? Probably not. So please change the names of the schools. Thanks.
Thank you. Al Brooks, Melissa Curvin Brooks, Sylvia Starlack.
Hi, I'm Al Brooks. I am a Pali alumni, class of 2012, and a Jordan alum, class of 2008. And I was a very proud Jordan alum until, I still am, but it's very hard to try to reconcile that with the, acknowledgement that my middle school is named after a eugenicist, and that the same goes for Terman. It seems very consistent with a lot of experiences that I had when I was here, that we could have people somehow trying to weigh the legacy of one man against the choices that we could make on behalf of children today. It doesn't make any sense to me that that's a real sound decision, especially because we have students going to our schools today who still very much feel othered and isolated by this cultural elitism that we have that's so present in Palo Alto. And I'm really happy and really proud of this board for propounding this possibility to change the names, and anybody who's concerned that we're going to be giving up an opportunity to educate people on the history of our namesakes. There's a absolutely perfect recommendation there that we would have a curriculum team to develop a unit of study on that subject. And I think that's something that really needs to be discussed more than just, would this be costly at a time when it sounds like we have a reserve fund that should be used for specifically things like this huge slate of issues that's been existent in our district for so long and needs to be addressed. It's very hard for me to understand how people could compare that to the need to honor a legacy of, and try to disassociate that legacy from one person's father and say this person wasn't that bad, or just defend eugenics in any form. That doesn't make sense to me. And it really shouldn't be what Palo Alto stands for. It really is not what Palo Alto stands for. And I really support this board's opportunity here to change the names of both these schools, so we can all really move forward and take the best decision possible for our students and not for the legacy of some person who lived long ago. Thank you.
Thank you. Melissa Kervin-Brooks, Sylvia Starlack, Jerry Underdahl.
Hello, I'm Melissa Kervin-Brooks, and I actually was going to pass my time, but I didn't know how to do so. But I did want to speak to the comment that was made just prior to Al. I don't remember the name of the gentleman, but if you look, my children went to Duveneck, then Jordan, then Pally. If you look at the Duvenecks, their name has held true. They were people who I think we want our children to emulate. So in that manner, they lived over 50 years ago, and what they stand for is something that I believe we want all of our students to look at. Facing a lot of disapproval by their contemporaries, by the people who in their group, in their social group, they stood for the values that we're trying to teach our children. And I think that what everybody else has said, I agree with, and I'm really glad that this is in front of the community now. So thank you.
Thank you. Sylvia Starlack, Jerry Underdahl, Nancy Kropp.
Good evening. My name is Sylvia Starlack, and I'm a parent in the district. I am in support of renaming our schools in order to create the inclusive school climate that all our students deserve. Money or timing is not the issue tonight. I'm sure this community could raise the money needed to fund renaming. The time to do the right thing is now. The concept of stereotype threat is important to consider here. Once our students learn about the history of these namesakes, they can't unknow that history. Walking into Jordan Middle School day after day, knowing who it was named for and the ideas he espoused is an experience none of our students should have to endure if it is in our power to change it. Renaming the schools honors the diversity of our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Jerry Underdahl, Nancy Kropp, Althea Brown.
So I press something here?
No.
Am I on? Okay.
You're good.
Very good. Thank you. I'm wearing my Stanford hat here because this is how I have a connection to this fine place. About 50 years ago or a bit more, I came down from Montana and left my rural roots and came here. So I'm delighted I did. And I'm delighted with the university that Stanford has become. It's left behind the parochial concerns of its founding father, Jordan, and become really an example of a world-class institution, modeling the values that this district actually holds as well. We're going to take the step now, the exceptional step, Palo Alto exceptionalism. We're going to show that by actually taking the hard move of taking a look at these figures. And I want Stanford to do the same thing, because I think it can, and I think it should do it for Palo Alto. So I've got a couple of recommendations. One, Stanford, please help, as called for by Mary Rorty, a town hall forum panelist, to stress the importance of understanding the full history of eugenics and Stanford's connection to it, from Jordan's race-fixated version to mature genetics, genomics, bioinformatics, and the new eugenics. That's crucially important for us to understand. Another suggestion, Graduate School of Education, please teach us about the interlocking kind of triumvirate of Jordan, Cubberley, and Turman as they move to implement their grand plan for public education, some of which was good and some of which we've seen is problematic. Now, the other thing, I have 3 books here. I'm going to flog some books. I've tried to get people to read for about a year now. This is the best recommendation that I can give you. It's a book called Eugenic Nation by Alexandra Minna-Stern. And this contains the new research that was not available, for example, even as late as the 80s, when one book highly recommended to me, and it was excellent, was there. I've got 3 copies. If you want to borrow it, $15 deposit, return it to me. And it's a circulating library.
Thank you. Nancy Kropp, Althea Brown, Sarah Woodham.
Good morning, board. Thank you for staying awake so I could still speak tonight. I appreciate that opportunity, for making that opportunity available to me, and I don't want to spend all my time thanking you, though. I'm a parent at Turman, and I just want to really emphasize that when a child enters our school, we want that child to feel welcome. We want that child to know he is safe. We want that child to know that we believe in her. And for that to happen, names matter, because names are a statement of our values. In our school community at Turman, we cherish diversity, and we value diversity as a gift. Louis Turman's eugenist values are reprehensible to our school community. When my son marches in the Terman band, I have to yell, "Go Terman." Don't make me cheer for eugenist one more time. When my son wears PE clothes, it says Terman. Don't make me wash his clothes with the name Terman on it again. I'm really asking you seriously on that one. I agree with teaching our kids about eugenics. Absolutely, I agree with your recommendation, but don't make us cheer for eugenists, and don't make us wear clothing with the eugenist name on it. Finally, I want to close with a point Ori made tonight, that school climate matters. The cost of not renaming our schools is far greater than the cost of renaming them. Thank you.
Althea Brown, Sarah Woodham, Sarah Armstrong.
Good evening. Again, my name is Althea Brown. I was also a member of the RSAC committee and very much in favor of renaming. I stand here tonight on behalf of my son, Ian, who spoke last week. He's a 7th grader at Terman. He and all students like him who strongly support renaming both Terman and Jordan would feel disenfranchised if the board decided not to rename. These schools are, school names are so critically important, and so I hear a lot of comments tonight about how we need to focus on education. My son and your daughter's social and emotional well-being is equally as important as their learning the actual curriculum. And so I really think that it's imperative that you really enforce and implement these recommendations that have been put forth by my colleagues on this subcommittee. I just want to quickly read something that says in the strategic plan, which states that we are a student-oriented district where children come first and where students always remain at the heart of our commitment. Please be committed to these children. Commit to their well-being. Commit to their understanding that, you know what, mistakes were made in the past, and we are now going to right these wrongs and make the Palo Alto School District, all the schools in the Palo Alto School District, inclusive and welcoming for every single child, regardless of their race, nationality, sexual orientation, whatever. They should all feel welcomed in our school district. Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah Woodham, Sarah Armstrong, Baldwin Chen.
Hi, Sarah Woodham. If this sounds a little familiar, it's because I can't believe it was like a year ago, like last January, as in 2016, that I kind of said more or less this. But we've been, thank you. This has been discussed and hashed out, and I think we are at a place where I'm happy to see this finally come to a head so that we can make a decision and move on. The genie is out of the bottle. We cannot unknow what we know today. You are, as our PAUSD leaders, are about to send a message one way or the other, and the two messages are going to be polar opposites depending on what you do. You're on the threshold of sending a message that's either going to say, we are okay elevating and in effect reaffirming the stature of David Starr Jordan in perpetuity, because that's essentially what that vote would mean, to be honored as a school namesake. And we place more worth in that honor than we do in modeling and behaving consistent to our mission and ensuring an environment and climate that best reflects our children, that all the children in our school are equal. The other potential legacy is that you affirmatively act to take seriously our mission statement that says that we do provide that environment that does reflect our core values, and demonstrate that in an assertive way. I do hope and assume that you will approve a full renaming of both schools. People should feel free to nominate whoever they want thereafter, but let's clean the slate now and move forward. And I see this as a process that I could really look forward to, with a committee of the two school committees as being extremely inclusive and one that really reaffirms our core values. So please change names.
Sarah Armstrong, Baldwin Chang, Mary Vincent.
Hi, I'm Baldwin Chang. Sarah and I just agreed that we were going to swap our order, if that's all right. And I'm going to keep my comments very short.
Did you see what I did earlier?
Yeah, I don't.
Can you not do that to me?
I'm asking permission.
You're killing me here.
Yeah. Okay, with apologies. I was here last week to talk about, would you prefer that?
Just go ahead. Let's go back to our regular order, please. I'm sorry.
Oh, Baldwin, you took 30 seconds.
We'll give it back.
You know how I feel
Mr.
about
Dopper's
this
very
issue.
good with his timer.
Okay, thank you. I remain in steadfast support of the full renaming of both Jordan and Terman. I've been to every single meeting, read every letter, listened to every public comment, and spoken to many, many people, some for hours. I understand that this is a difficult topic for many people, and it's painful for some in our community to feel a sense of loss that they'll be losing something. But we must balance this dichotomy between the eugenics legacy of these men and our values as a district. And I'll just say, number one, I think that when you constitute a committee to rename both of these schools, you should do 2 committees, and you should send them a very clear criteria of what it means to suggest new names. And that criteria must include that they cannot come back to you with names that have Jordan or Terman in them. We got to rip off the Band-Aid and make the decision now that we're moving forward and not perpetuate this discussion in those naming committees. So that's number 2. That's number 1. Number 2 is that they need to also be charged with contextualizing why the names were changed and memorializing that on campus. I'll just end with, some people have cautioned that we dare not judge these people, lest we be judged for our own values. These are men who believed in the superiority of the white Nordic race and worked actively and spread violence against people who they deemed inferior. We here in Palo Alto believe in the inherent worth of every student in our district, regardless of their race, ethnicity, national origin, or how they learn differently. And I would be proud to stand with you if you have the moral courage to stand for those values. I'll be proud to stand in judgment with you in 100 years or 50 or however long people want to decide that that wasn't a good idea.
Thank you. Baldwin Chang, Mary Vincent, Carrie Wagner.
Hi, apologies again. So I'm going to keep this very short to one just salient point that I don't think has been addressed. I came last week to talk about my experiences as a Wilbur name change survivor. But I'd like to, I've heard a lot that there's a feeling that renaming these schools would be rewriting history somehow, and I find it ironic because it's actually, I think, the opposite. I think that we're expanding on history. We have new learnings, and we're trying to incorporate these new learnings. So it's really recognizing history, and I think to freeze the names in time would be to ignore history in a way. I do sympathize with the idea that you want to honor the experiences that past generations have had at these schools, but I really think that Ms. Caswell's suggestion last week to build, in some kind of memorial or display that talks about the history of the schools and celebrates the things that the people and the students did there in past generations, that's the way to really recognize the history and the connection to the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Mary Vincent, Carrie Wagner, Rosemary.
So I want to start by saying I want to mention the group of children with special needs. And it's my belief that if quirky, different kinds of people weren't around, we wouldn't have Google. There's a lot of things we wouldn't have in this valley, is because people think differently. So that I think we need to keep in mind, and that was part of the eugenics movement, was to select out anybody with special needs. When you look at the research, and we do this with kids with special needs, but there's so much research that says the number one factor for a student's success is a sense of belonging. That's what's in the research. And when Dr. McGee came, I was delighted when he very quickly provided a bus for the high schoolers that come from East Palo Alto over to our schools. That tells them they matter, we care that they show up, and they belong here. And I think with the Minority Achievement and Talent Development Committee, we're trying to do that. So I think that we need to keep going in the same direction, and we need to make sure that every child that comes in here feels like they belong. And as I heard at your retreat earlier this year, You are the trustees of the children in the school. You don't have constituencies. If you have groups of people who voted for you, you don't answer to them. The only thing you do is answer to having the best welfare of the children in our schools. So that would be my point, is just that a sense of belonging goes a long way.
Thank you. Carrie Wagner, and then Rosemary. I don't have a last name for Rosemary.
Let's see. Hi, I'm Carrie Wagner. I'm a parent in the district. Jordan and Terman do not represent us as a community. What am I doing? A little down? Thanks. Is that all right? Okay. They don't represent us as a community. I see this as a moral issue and not a financial decision. Knowing what we do now about these men and eugenics, we cannot in good conscience allow their names to remain on the buildings, nor can we justify their names remaining on our buildings. Please vote to rename Terman and Jordan Middle Schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Rosemary, you're our closer.
Thank you. And I just want to say I'm glad you're better.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Kept you in my heart.
Thank you, Rosemary.
In that time. I wanted to just say about this son, Mr. Terman, Dr. Terman, the son of the bad Terman. I wondered, I'll start out this way. I'm a medical social worker, and I worked at Senior Day Health when it first started here in Palo Alto. And one of the things that I did was assess, counsel, treat, refer, advocate. And I remember sitting out under the pepper tree when Senior Day Health was at East Meadow and Middlefield at the church. And I was sitting out with a man, and he started crying. He was about 85 years old. And he said, it's really strange. I'm sitting here with you, Rosemary. And one of the things I did was I made a vow, and the other people who worked with me agreed that we would never hire a Black person. This was the biggest, Silicon Valley place. It was huge. And I think things are not very much different now. They're not. I wonder who set the tone for that. Was it Dr. Terman, who had nothing to do with his father's eugenics? Thank you.
Thank you, Rosemary. Thank you all for sticking it out. We appreciate that you come. We appreciate that you speak to us. And we appreciate that you could edit yourselves. Many of you stopped before your 2 minutes, and many of you took your full 2 minutes and managed to edit what you were going to say down to 2 minutes. So we appreciate that. Okay, colleagues, it's 10:30. What we have left on our schedule is board operations and the end of this discussion. Would you like to finish this discussion and then perhaps push board operations off until some other time?
I think we can dispense with board operations, absolutely.
Okay, all righty, all righty.
I'd like
What do you think?
My proposal, it's 10:30. We've been meeting for 7 hours today. We've met for 7 hours. We've just heard how many comments?
I think 50.
Approximately 50 comments. And I would really like the opportunity to integrate, to collect my thoughts, and to be able to understand and listen to the comments of my colleagues and to vote appropriately. And I think it's very hard to do that at 10:30 at night after 7 hours of meeting. I'm confident that I would not be able to do a good job. So I would propose to continue the session. And I guess I'm confused why this is a very important matter, but it is not urgent. nothing is going to change if we do this tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. So I think in the interest of the integrity of our process, that we continue the session and finish this at a time when at least I will have the opportunity to discuss it sensibly. Thank you.
Okay, I'm looking for input from my colleagues, my other colleagues.
I think this has been going on for a year and a half, and I understand the fatigue. I'm there too, and worked in between our two meetings. Our community is ready to move forward, and I think if we have a chance to move forward tonight, I'd like to move forward tonight. I'm sorry, I appreciate this work. Can we not clap? I don't feel like it's very productive. So I really would love to continue the conversation tonight. I think we're in a quandary because I understand if you don't feel like you can participate, that's difficult. And yet, I think the community is ready to move on. So that's where I stand. I'd like to finish it.
I feel like I've heard from, feels like hundreds of people on both sides.
It is hundreds of people.
And I've considered this for a year and a half, but I've been listening to extensive community input for the last 2 weeks, and I feel like I don't need a long discussion on this tonight. I think I can make a decision and move on.
So I think it's important to protect the integrity of the deliberative process that we have. Our job is to make these decisions, in a way that is responsible. And so I take seriously Mr. Collins' statement that he doesn't feel like we can protect that value. I think that's an important value. So I'm inclined to agree with him that we continue the meeting. I also actually think that there's more to it than a vote on whether or not to rename these schools. I'm planning on voting to rename both schools. I suspect that others, I think you can probably say enough so that people will understand where we're going to come down on that tonight if we want to. But I spoke on to that point last time. I think that we do have to think about, the question about how we're going to go about the renaming. There's been a discussion, a suggestion about whether we should have one advisory committee or two. I think we should discuss how and whether the school communities and the students should be involved in that process. I think we need to talk about timing. I think we should talk about, say some things about funding. So actually, I think there's some complexity here in the decision that's in front of us that goes beyond the renaming, and that I don't think that we are prepared to have that conversation tonight. So in a productive way. So I'm happy to go along with the suggestion that we continue the meeting until our next board meeting.
Okay, so I think with that said, I would suggest that we do continue it. I think that we want to have all members productively participating. And I think as much as we might want to fish or cut bait, as they say, there isn't an urgency between now and our next meeting. We could do this as a special meeting right before our next meeting, build in, as we talked about this morning, a 4 to 5:30 continuation meeting of this one to do that.
Or, anytime that would be convenient for us and any community members. I want to apologize to the community because I know a lot of people want us to vote on this tonight. But yeah, we just had, as some of you, or probably not many of you, if you're wise, are aware, we spent 2 hours this morning talking about our board processes, and one of the main things we talked about was trying to finish in a timely way so that we could have our wits about us when we voted on important things and not have to rush through them to hit the deadline. And so I think that's part of what we're responding to. We're trying to do a good job for you guys.
Yeah.
We're trying, and I tend to agree with Mr. Dauber. I don't think the outcome is terribly in doubt here. But I do think it's important that we do a good job and kind of push it through the end.
Thank you. Ms. DeBrienza, did you have a comment? And then I think Dr. McGee has a comment.
I just wonder, I agree those are things that need to be discussed, but I wouldn't necessarily think that we have to hammer all those things out before we vote. So I see those as two separate things that we can hopefully bring conclusion to that. And then, yes, we still have lots of details to hammer out, and those could happen at a continued meeting or at a next meeting. But if that ship's already sailed.
I was along those lines. When we have advisory committees, we have a formal charge, and that's usually a 2-meeting process. The board discusses the charge. we have a sample application for the committee, we talk about that, and then we approve it at a following meeting. So I will say that the staff will not be ready with a formal charge and all that by the 28th. I mean, this is something that tonight or a continuing meeting, we were looking for these, approval of these, and then we would come back to the board with a charge, the details, as Mr. Dauber outlined, the cost where we get that. So it really is, that's a separate and distinct issue for a separate and distinct meeting. But again, we'll do whatever the board wants with this. But I don't want to commit to doing that on the 28th because we won't be ready.
I actually think that this was the report and this was the recommendation, and we should be able to make a decision on whether we support this recommendation, and any further discussion or decision, any further decisions that need to be made should be as Dr. McGee suggested.
Well, I think that it's, I have some questions, for example, and I've heard some questions tonight about how many advisory committees. I think there's a question about the date. I think it would be useful to have to have the board determine what direction to give the superintendent with regard to things like the charge and so forth. I'm not looking for at the next meeting for that work. I am not certain that this recommendation in detail is the recommendation that we're going to want to come up, that we're going to want to take forward, right, in terms of direction. I think that's clear about the basic question of renaming, but I think then the question about next steps is a separate question, but it is before us tonight, so we do have to make a decision either to accept the recommendation or to alter it. And I think that's a conversation that's important because it's going to set what we do next, but I don't think that we're in a position to do it tonight. So that's my...
Is there some subset of the recommendations you want guidance on?
No, well, if it's, I mean, we could put committee with in parentheses with a S after it. I mean, no, we haven't thought about that. But again, that's the kind of discussion we have when we bring a charge back. And yeah, we'd like some staff time to think about that as well. So again, my desire was to act on this tonight and then come back, whether it's April or May. Yeah, I'd like to at least have the charge set before the end of the academic year so that frankly the committees can do some work over the summer, committee or committees. And it may be one committee with two subcommittees. So as we know, we've had that model before.
So what are the other recommendations, right? There's only two recommendations up here.
That's right.
Where are the others?
That's it.
That's it.
Those are the two recommendations.
Okay, those are the two recommendations.
Yep.
Put a little S in parentheses in the top one.
Unless you, yeah.
Okay. All right. So it sounds like we're not fully ready to discuss it unless what Dr. McGee just said made you feel like you're comfortable enough to vote on these recommendations and we can talk about the details.
I'm comfortable
come
enough
back.
to move that we support the recommendation with the S in there so that that can be worked out later, as well as a lot of other things.
I'm willing to second that.
So just,
Let's,
motion
let's-
and seconded, so.
well, yes. let's
Discussion,
see.
right? So I guess my question is, are we gonna do it without any discussion? So the proposal is, let's just vote without any discussion, hearing anything from the members.
Yeah, we can discuss. You can
Well,
discuss after
no, well,
motion.
the problem is if we're gonna discuss, I wanna listen to what you have to say and integrate it into my thinking.
Okay, then we're going to have to
And
continue
that's the
because we only have
problem,
5
right?
minutes. We're going to have to continue, we only have 5 minutes. Okay, so let's continue this meeting. We'll find a time. Community, realize that you do not have to come back and tell us again what you told us already, because we won't have time to take more comment. I think you probably have a feeling for which way this is going to go, but we want to make sure that we have a chance to discuss it when you are fresh.
I think,
So,
let me do two things. One is to,
just because I picked up the gavel?
yeah, just because you picked up the gavel. Fight or flight was my reaction to that. So I have stated my position on the issue that's of most interest to the community. Other people can do that if they want.
And I'm going to support the renaming as well.
And I think that in terms of, we haven't typically continued meetings. My understanding on a cursory look at the Brown Act is that we have to either set a date or time now in a motion to adjourn, to continue, or that if we don't, then then the meeting is continued to our next regular meeting. So that would be fine, but if, I know that, Ms. Godfrey, you raised the possibility of continuing to a meeting that was earlier on the 28th. So in order to do that, we have to actually vote to do that tonight, I believe. We don't have the option later of setting a different
Okay, does that work?
time.
4 o'clock on the 28th?
Yeah, but we can also do it sooner. I mean, if that's what we're going to do, that's fine. I'd be perfectly comfortable doing it sooner in a special session.
We could also do it 10 o'clock on Friday morning.
This Friday?
After BPRC, I can't do it. After BPRC.
Okay. How about 4 o'clock on the 28th?
I think I could do it then. I don't know.
If we have to,
I don't know. Gotta look.
Yeah.
Do we have the 10-year celebration, Scott? I think on the 28th, but that's, what time is it?
There's a 10-year celebration.
4:45.
The 10-year celebration with all the teachers that are getting permanent status is at 4:45.
Yeah.
I don't know if we, I'd even be happy to take some time this week. I think
Okay.
we need like an hour.
Yeah.
Yes, we only need an hour.
So if we
Yes.
just want to take a time in the afternoon this week, I can do an evening.
Okay, what does Friday look like?
My Friday's good up until the Barron Park auction in the evening.
Okay, Ms. DeBrienza, what's your Friday look like?
I'm flexible between noon and 3.
Ms. Baten-Castle, do you happen to know? Do you have a calendar?
I will be flexible. I will
Okay.
change my schedule.
Mr. Dauber, how about noon on Friday?
I think I can do, let me check. We're making sausage here, that's fine.
Uh-huh.
That's good, that's good. Hold on, I feel like I have, I can do it between 1 and about 2:45.
1, 2?
So I could do 1 o'clock on Friday.
1 o'clock on Friday? On Friday the 17th? Okay, we will continue this meeting. Can I get a motion to continue this meeting to Friday at 1 o'clock?
Can I just say that I support renaming too, since we were throwing it out there? I'm going to vote to rename.
And I am too.
Can I get a motion to
That's a
continue this
surprise.
meeting to Friday?
Can Tanya get that for our board reports? I think that would
so
be
moved.
important. Can we just do that? I wanted to make sure, because he writes the board reports after this, and there's a lot of noise in the back, and I just want to make sure that he
Sure.
heard that.
The motion is to continue this topic,
Thank you.
to continue this meeting to Friday the 17th at 1 PM.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Collins and seconded by Mr. Dauber. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed?
Thank you, I appreciate it.
All righty, thank you. We have 2 minutes left. Anything pressing on board operations?
It'll be here,
It'll be here.
this room, yeah.
I think we
Okay.
just adjourned.
We're adjourned.
Thank you.